So today is February the 8th, 2025, and it is 10:40 p.m. And I want to say that I enjoyed my birthday dinner post show. Let me put my drink in the freezer. So I went out and I had a really, really, really good time at my um, post birthday dinner at Applebee's. So last night I went to um, Red Lobster. Tonight I went to Applebee's and I ordered the chicken and broccoli Alfredo, and it was simply delicious. And the breadstick, they did so good. And my ice cream, they brought it out. It was really, really nice. Um, there were parts of last night that was a swap with tonight. I noticed that the the waitress um, is was a link. So last night it was a male, tonight it was a female. Um, Last night the driver was a male, tonight the driver is a female. So I noticed when I go out, there are so many things to build because the more I talk, the more this operation gets busier. So when I went out today, the atmosphere wasn't bad. I didn't really get any death threats that were like booming, you know. Um, I didn't get any black bags on the ground or black gloves. I didn't get, you know, nobody being really mean. Um, I think that what I felt in the atmosphere today when I went out after the law taught me before, they said you have to survey the room, read it. So when I got into Applebee's and I read the room, um, I didn't really get that. I got that she got a good point with all the stuff that she made earlier. But somewhere along the line, someone is still persistent in falsely arresting me. So it was still a push in that direction. But I didn't necessarily get the push to take my life. I didn't feel those vibes at all today. Um, when I see, different things from my culture, it don't always really mean that, cuz I think that every um black person that has looked at this, even thugs that have looked at this, know that it's really not about them. I'm really not interested in drugs. I'm really interested in trying to fix a problem with what happened to me. But if you did anything to me, I'm not really coming for you if you're black. And I'm not really coming for you if you white. I'm just coming for what happened. And if you put yourself in that situation, then you put yourself in that situation. But I'm really not coming for you. You know, like my sister is having a car right now. Easter is so far linked into this that it ain't even funny. But I'm really not coming for her. I just want to address the facts. When you get all personal in the matter, that's when it gets all. So that's when it um, really kind of changes the scope of things. You know, when I have to, and I really don't have to defend myself, but I do like investigation work. So part of this is me seeing how good I could have been getting an opportunity to be, you know, an intern on the low for the FBI, like really seeing if I could work this and how good I am. And then part of it is tiresome because I'm tired of living my life like a slave. They won't even let me have a bank account. And then another part of it is the audacity of what's happening around me. And so between the three is where my mind is at all times. But today I went out. I slept till about 4:45. I got up. You know, where do you want to go? You're going somewhere. You're not staying in the house. Where you want to go? I want to go to. Um, uh, I want to go to Applebee's. I'm gonna Google a restaurant close to me. There's not any sit down restaurants on Highway 85. They need to be ashamed of themselves. So I said, where do you want to go to eat in? A nice place where you could get a decent meal. And so I said, I'll go to Applebee's. Went there, and so I booked an Uber, and a black female came. She went to the house next door, but she came on and got in the driveway. I was, of course, paying attention to the SUV. Now I don't know why I never had it. No one in my family has ever had it, but they have a gray SUV Volkswagen Passat in in the mix. So when I seen it, I was already on alert. Then I seen the tag. I know that's a tagline. And I see the name. I know that. Then I'm just going ahead and just looking at the situation. You know, I already know we're in this is, you know, going on. So I get in the car. I'm be happy. It's my birthday do over. So I'm gonna go and enjoy myself, get myself something to eat. What do you want to eat? And you know, I got, you know, my brother sent me $40 yesterday, and you know, someone else sent me $40. So I had $80 that I got in Cash App since yesterday. Easter didn't give me nothing. And by the way, that's when bad agents think they're really good. When they can get you like this without putting out nothing, that's when they think they did a fantastic job. So she didn't give me nothing. So today I was in the car and the girl was going on about her situation. I was on live, And when I said I'm going to my birthday dinner, and I wanted to change the subject because I really don't like when they start talking about all these health issues, because I be thinking they trying to work witchcraft on the low. So I don't want to really take in all of that. I don't want to talk about medical stuff. I just want to focus on where I'm going and all of that. But she was actually nice about it. So we went to get something to eat, and then she said, "I'm actually going to pay for you. That you can't go to eat by yourself." So at first, I'm thinking, well, that's good. Daddy's giving me a treat today, because he didn't give me no treat yesterday. Well, he did, but he know I wanted more than $80. He could have gave me a big treat, but and I was nice to Easter, and he still didn't make her give me a treat. So I said, okay, so all right, so um, I'm just gonna, you know, take it. But if you take it, that means you're taking a payment from a card, and that means that you are, um, that means how is this card linked? And then that means that you ain't gonna have no trace that you've been here, because he don't, as long as you're not spending money, because even if you Ubering, that Uber is swapped. So it doesn't matter that you paid. Your Uber is swapped. So it's still not charging your card. It's charging the card that's linked to yours and whoever that person is. So I'm thinking, this is good. I'm getting a treat, but I don't have no stamp on my location. I gotta have a stamp. So coming back, we ate dinner, and then we I come back and I get me a stamp from Kroger. And I really didn't want to go there, but they acted like the Kroger gas station was closed. I can't see why, and it was that early. But either way, so we eat, and the waitress comes and say, "Give me a review." And I noticed it was weird that she had a key card with a brand. It was looked like it was brand new, with a scan this, and automatically I was on alert, because I'm thinking scanning that is automatically going to a whole different location. With that phone, that IP address changes the location. So I'm like, okay, well, I already know that's going on, so might as well enjoy your dinner. So I enjoyed my dinner. It was hot. The Diet Pepsi tasted like, the Diet Coke tasted like cough syrup, like a menthol cough drop aftertaste. The inside of my entire mouth was, I was numb a little. Is this numb? It was numb. It was like, it was Diet Coke, but it was something is in this making this inside of my mouth numb. So I definitely didn't get another one, and she didn't offer it, by the way. So I stopped drinking so much there. And so after that, we kind of wrapped up the dinner, and then we went by her house. I say we. She didn't get out. I didn't either. There was a light-skinned male on the curb in her apartment complex that was waiting on Uber Eats. Now this gray Volkswagen has been Uber Eats, and it has been my Lyft driver. So when I see him, I'm not paying attention anymore. I'm mainly trying to see what's going on, and I'm surveying the area for cars, my links, what's visible for me to link. And I see the Cadillac, and I see the Impala, and they're both backed in. Okay. So I know I'm over here. Why? If I see those two, this is Driggs. So I know that because I'm in a black area. And that's the only thing they really set up black people for. So I know this is Driggs because I now see the car and I'm looking at the profile that's driving the car. So then I look at these are children coming to the car. I'm paying attention to that. I'm paying attention to what's going on at the time. I know that this guy is waiting on the curb. When I went into Red Lobster yesterday, the same identical profile, light skinned male. He's actually in the video on Facebook. When we walked in, I walk in and he brushes by me and says, "Excuse me." And he comes out and he's almost identical from the profile, just with artificial intelligent swap capabilities. He's almost the perfect person to swap. And he is at Red Lobster to pick up or to get somebody's food or something like that. So while we're at Red Lobster, I hear the DoorDash ding 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 ding, letting you know you got an order to pick up. So he's out there waiting. So then I said, okay, that's your link to that. Basically, in a 2 day period and over a course of time, you're connecting dots. So this is in my mind, this is this huge, massive 10 by 10 area where we're connecting dots. And so you got Driggs, and you got pedophile behavior, and you got violence, and you got mental health, and you got family, and you got bank cards, and you got vehicles. And to me, all day, I'm just, okay, this goes here, and this goes here, and this goes here. And sometimes, majority of the time, when I turn my music on, and sometimes I can just look at it and oh, and one link will make 50 because it's all supposed to go together. You can have 5 people that make one profile. So, and that's what this is. So, all of the people play different parts of what's going on. They fill in the pieces. So, we go and we get something to eat. We're there. I'm paying attention and I'm connecting the dots. I'm playing connect the dot in my mind. Where does this go? Where does that? Okay, so we got a child here. Where are they going? Okay, so she said we're going to drop off one that's going to her friend's house. All right, boom. We got one. She got little dress in her hair. She's a cute little girl. So they're sitting next to me, 2 in the back and 1 in the front. And I am having a little sense of anxiety, but not much, you know. But I just don't like the involvement. But we'll get to that. So they're next to me. So she drops her off. So I'm paying attention where we're going. We go in Fox, um, something. I wrote the name down. Fox Hunt, something like that neighborhood we going to. So I paid attention to that. The neighborhood was almost identical to Mary's neighborhood in Marietta. Almost identical, the street and everything. And so immediately I started linking. Okay, we're in an SUV, a daughter, she's around the same age, going to a party. This neighborhood looks identical to Mary's neighborhood in Marietta from last year in March. All right. So now I'm paying attention to addresses. She goes, I wrote not the address, but I just wrote down the number and the neighborhood of where we are. It's a white SUV in the yard. I think it was white. And it's backed in. I got that. So no tag. I noticed law always back in to hide their tags. So she's backed in. It was a white SUV at Mary's house. She had a Honda. So I'm paying attention to that. So there are no lights on in the house. Paying attention to that. One lights on upstairs, but nothing downstairs. No adult, just a bunch of kids. All right. So I'm writing down the number to the house and the address. I mean, to the name of the neighborhood. So then we leave out of there, and then we go. She said the other kids are going to a party. So Ketchup is texting at this time. So she said she's going to a party. So she said they're going to drop them off. So I know now I'm over here near, still in, I guess I was still Morrow Road Drive or wherever. I was over there. And then now we're heading on over to Stockbridge. And so I don't really like to be around Stockbridge, Henry County area. So that's where we're at. So she goes over there, and I wrote down immediately where the physical location is next to that instead of the actual location where they're going. Don't ever do that. Go to opposite and do write down a brick and mortar place that can't change. So it was a big, large daycare. And then it was abnormal to see a place with a bunch of kids. And I've never even heard of that. And so, I mean, I don't keep up with it, but I ain't never heard of no teen club no more where people drop kids off and they go in to party during school time. I mean, and rent a building for it. I mean, I just never heard of anything. So it was very weird. So then I said, well, what if this ain't that? What is the worst that this could be? And I like the bill from that and cover all my bases. Because that's what the law does. They look at stuff and say, what can we make of this? So I learned to do that from them. What is the worst that this could be? Well, they could definitely say that you're here with all these kids, but I don't really be worried about that. I don't really think that's what that was. That's what they want me to think. I'm not thinking that. I'm thinking the girl said it was something going on, ain't nobody getting in. I'm thinking they stage violence. And why do they want me over here? What does this look like? And is this supposed to be a nightclub? Because they have said multiple times it's been a narrative that it was a shooting at a nightclub. And so I don't know if they're staging someone to have died or not. They can say anything happened. Nobody would know because they tell lies. Channel 2 can run a news right now and say, oh, hello, we're live here in Peachtree Street and Piedmont Avenue, and we're investigating a burglary here. Nothing could have happened. They tell lies like that. It keeps the community in an uproar, and that's what they like, believe it or not, because it sells and it makes money. The more heinous the crime, our country, unfortunately, is conditioned to keep clicking on that. And the more you click on that foolishness, the white man says that it owns these radio stations says, huh, they like it. Play more of that. And that's why you have it. If you put a bunch of good stuff on there, they're not going to click on it. They like to hear garbage. So This is why they news is fake, and a lot of times it's not credible. The more juicy it is, the more it's going to promote a thumb reaction, and this is what people pay for. They pay for you to keep doing this, and the more you do this, the more they get that, and that is what that TV is all about, making you do this so they can do that. So in that regards, I was looking at what is this, and why am I here, and why didn't they not want no trace to me here? Because I'm not on the radar anymore. You're not in an Uber ride or a Lyft ride, and you're riding with a passenger. You don't know who she is and what state she is yet, because you're still in going through the preliminary period of me understanding what's going on. But there's definitely deception here, and you're in the wrong place. So my antennas are definitely up. And so we leave there, and then once we leave there, it's now nobody in the car but me and her, and now she's quiet. She's not talking a lot. So maybe someone has told her in her ear that she is putting this together and is not happy about this at all. So there was a shift in how she felt. She wasn't as talkative. So I was still saying some things because I already knew from the time you picked me up that this was going to be a problem. But I'm I can't afford to be mad at everyone that is setting me up. I would simply be mad with the entire world because everyone has a job to do in this operation. So I'm not mad, okay? I understand. As long as you don't really get on my nerves with it, I don't mind you doing what you have to do to set me up. I don't mind. At least you're being nice about it. You could be a jackass like my sister was yesterday. You could be a jerk. So I'm not mad. At least you're buying me something to eat. Hopefully, it's not poison. So, in that regards, I'm not mad. I mean, I expect this every day. I don't expect to get up and be like, oh, this is over. We're not setting you up anymore because we believe you. That, no, I don't expect that. I used to live in that state of euphoria, thinking that they'll come to my door and say, I'm sorry. No, no. I have more belief that I have more belief in other things. Let's just say that I have more belief and my thoughts are stronger in other areas, but not, I don't really believe. And I think the law is just going to have to be beat, and I'm going to have to beat this case in a court of law so that they can learn a lesson and laws can change. Otherwise, if I really be quiet and just let it go away and um, and never talk about this anymore, that black people will never get out of prison. I'm not the only one that have been in this, and nobody believes the other person. You know, I really honestly and truly believe that a large percentage of these homeless people are people like me, that something happened with the law, and how did you end up here? And or better yet, if I show you a picture, can you recognize it? And if they take off running, that's a slave. And I just really want to have the freedom to just, maybe get, if I had like money and just like had time in a car, I would just get a bunch of food and I would just go out and feed the homeless, and then say, but if I give you this and a couple of dollars, I need an answer to a question. I want you to take this research survey for me. Have you ever seen this picture? And if I show it to them and they take off running, that's a slave. And then I'll reward them and then do it again to another one and say, have you ever seen this? And if they say, yeah, and what is it? And they tell me anything remotely of what I know it is, this is a slave. And something happened. What happened? Who did you tell on? And, and they took your life. And because that's honestly and truly what I believe. I don't believe, I do not believe, I have no reason to believe that homeless people are out there because they want to. That is a myth. I believe that there are certain levels of the law that you cannot address if you don't have enough money, clout, or power. And and if you're black. And so I believe that this is why nationwide they don't really have measures to address homelessness, because this is our little pool of population for us to play with. People that it's like this is government timeout. I don't believe that they don't want to help, because God said to help them and they don't want to. So the question is why? And I believe it's because this is government timeout. You go here because you're in timeout because you did something wrong. And if we can't prove it, then we're just gonna send a tsunami in your life and we'll restore you in 10 years, 5, 7. But you're just gonna go sit on the corner. And then when we feel like you have went through enough, then we'll bring you back and we'll restore your social security number and then you can live. But in that timeout period, you can't get nothing. Nothing. Not even a piece of bread. Like you're nothing. You're railroaded, blackballed. So going back to this, all of that to say, and I say that because when I was in California, the guy came to Walmart and told me, "You're gonna be out here for 5 years for talking." I mean, they were very verbal in California. The one white man came in the big Tonka truck, the real big Tonka truck. That was the biggest. He was in a monster truck at Walmart, a monster truck. He had the biggest vehicle out there, and he came like that because he came to symbolize his power, his authority. He was white, and he was sexy with his hat on. But when he took his hat off, he had a receding hairline. But he was sexy with the skull cap on, and he was rugged, and he was a Fed somewhere. Somebody sent him, but he was not. He was not a regular, and he was sent out there to me. And I seen him, and I was like, "Oh my God, that truck is so sexy." And he was white, and he was rugged, like Keanu Reeves in one of them action movies that he be playing, the Wicks. He was in one of them, and he was dressed like that. And he told me, I rode off with him in the truck, and we talked. And he said that you're gonna get 10 years. It's just what we gotta do. You just done said too much. And he was like, that's just what we got to do. And he was like, this is from the mountain, babe. I mean, I came to tell you this is orders. This is mountain all the way up there. But then that changed because that same thing became a dialogue. And that's why the man put the light all the way up at the top of the mountain, symbolizing it was a message to me back in, I think, around February of 2022. So this was all fresh. So this was right after Walmart. And then I was still in the truck. And then that's when they gave me the option: run with us or run from us from the rest of your life. And this is law, the group. So then I was thinking about it because, you know, they said all your problems will go away. But I don't want to get into that. I want to keep this focused on where I am about what happened tonight. So I think what I want to say in regards to that is I think that's why it's so many of them, so many people that are involved in this. Um, I think that after we left the place, I was in shock. There was really no names on anything. It was a bunch of rented event spaces. Then we came back. I wanted to go by the store. We went to Kroger. She parked in a handicap spot. Um, she Somebody sent her $100, and then she sent $100 to somebody. I was paying attention to that. Her daughter said that she had cashed apped her $20, but she told her daughter that her cash app was negative. So then I got to trying to link the situation because I was thinking, if she said her cash app was negative and her daughter sent her $20 and she said that was all gone, then that's probably why you got 80 yesterday, because if you sold yourself, for which you didn't, but anytime you have sex they're selling it. It's free from me, but the master is selling it. So if he is sending a transfer every time you have sex, then when you got $100, because yesterday is today, you got $80 today. That's today. That's not yesterday. Easter came to fix stuff from 2020 and 2023. That was not your birthday. They used that for something else. So today is your birthday. Today is your birthday to them. You got $100 because you had sex. You didn't get $100, but to them you did, and you was negative. So that's how you end up with 80. That's how they're going to do it, because this is what's being said. And so then I thought, well, in January of last year at Popeyes, they had the same conversation around me with the black girl that I called um, annoying, that always worked with Eric with the Cash App and the Instant card. So I said, okay, so they was talking a lot about a negative Cash App then too, and it was $30 then, but now it must be $20 because they only let me have $80 yesterday, 40 from two different people, which is weird. Why would two different people send you the same thing? Because it was not really $80. They really staged it as 100. So I said, okay. Um, so then when I went to the store, got my stuff, came out, came to the house, and then so now I was like, okay, time to sit here and unfortunately build it all. So I was able to put a lot of stuff together in terms of um, in terms of um, in terms of I was able to put a lot of stuff together in terms of how things link up. Okay, so let's say that we're going to stage Louisiana as a state. Okay, you're traveling to Louisiana. We know that if you're going there, this is strictly going to be about drugs. All right, so we know that's for no other reason. All right, so what are they using to build the environment and for that? And I said, I got it. Every state got a show. All right, because all of a sudden now, all the shows that they really want me to see is on the left first one when you come up, and then they will do around in the middle and then maybe towards the end, but really they're all are overlaid in some point, but mainly the ones that's going to pop out, and then they'll try to use like a focus. You know, I've seen the movie Focus where they'd be like, oh, we've been making you see it all day. That's how they do it. That's exactly how they work. So when the man gets on the field and he says, I choose 33, you really not choosing 33. You're choosing 33 because that's all you've seen all day, because that's what they kept showing you. And this is somewhat how the law works when they're trying to steer your mind. Like Easter said, why did you really buy that shirt at Goodwill? And I remember when I asked the lady at Goodwill, which was a scout, how do you like it? She said, you should get that. So when she said that, I knew this is not the shirt you should get, because she said, get that. So when Easter said, why do you think you bought that? I know why I bought the shirt. I bought the shirt because it was the newest looking shirt on the rack. But I know the law works by choice elimination. If you put a 5X shirt, a 6X shirt, a 7X, a 1X, and they're all dirty with bleach stains, and put one nice looking shirt in the middle, don't take a rocket scientist to know that the person gonna get the shirt that's in the middle. That's how the law works. They make you get stuff by restricting your options and your choices to what's available. So it make it looks like you keep doing what they want you to do when it's really not. They have to go through a lot to set it up. So in that regards, um, when we left there, um, I felt, you know, some kind of way when I got home. I was like, I gotta build all this up. And I started just seeing how all of the links are put together. And I really had anxiety on coming back tonight and not having no vehicle that is registered to bring you back, because Uber Eats doesn't, they are retarded and they are not going to process my payment until tomorrow. So it's not going to be nothing that says I'm here in this house tonight. Nothing. And I don't like that. So I was trying to figure out how I can make a stamp of where I am, maybe call a Lyft, go to the store and come back. It's dead money, but is it worth it? Yeah, to me, because I feel like I have to know where I'm at. But then when I did do that and I seen they sent the Impala, then when I did Uber Eats, they sent the Impala, but it wasn't the Impala. It was a Nissan Maxima that the girl had that's in Louisiana. So I said, with the dreads. So I said, okay, this is going to be deep. So they use the state and they use a show that you like that's based in those states. So I like the Kardashians. They get them room to overlay with a lot of California evidence. I like Ray Janae and Toya. That's Louisiana. So I noticed some stuff instead of being in Atlanta, it's a lot of Louisiana based street names and places and things. So it looks like, you're in those places. It kind of makes me, in a way, almost terrified sometimes of what I look at because of how they make false evidence. And they call me paranoid. Well, with good damn reason, with how they make stuff, and they did it. So, and they come back. I think that's just so hypocritical to do it to somebody, and then when they act in the way that you made them, then they say she's just paranoid. You did it. You did this to me. You did it, walking around me 24/7, flashing your tags and sending messages on the phone and saying, I know what you're thinking. I know what you want to do. And if you think about pizza and ordering, they will send it. If you thinking about, I want to go over there and slap the shit out of her, they will actually have the person say, I was actually thinking about slapping the shit out of him. They will say that. They will. And they like it when you sit back and say, they love it. They love to take your mind and make you say, the law can do that. They love it. They love to make you do that. To make you be like, they can do that. They love it. The more you do that, the more they feel like they control you. And the more they feel like they're in their rightful place. And into and in an odd, crazy sort of way, I understand. I do. I understand because I honestly think that the government should have absolute total control over everything even breathing on this planet, in this country. I agree. I believe that wholeheartedly. I do. But I don't believe that it should interfere with the United States Constitution. And this interferes with the Constitution. And I think that because they are in this capacity with all of this power, I think that they don't really care. It's more of, I'm all the way up here, and how dare you be on my level? Not necessarily with what you are capable of, but how dare you even be a problem for me, or a issue, or how dare you even make me have to think about you because you're nothing. So I think in terms of what I have been through, like tonight, the Diet Pepsi was definitely poison. I feel too laid back, too withdrawn. My mouth has a numbness to it. I feel that the poison was silent. It didn't have a taste, and they put it in the Diet Pepsi. And it, I ain't gonna say it didn't have a taste because I tasted something, but it wasn't the average poison taste that's gonna make you say, I ain't gonna drink that no more. It was a little, but and that it was that. And so I feel that it was definitely poisoned. Um, and like I said, the girl didn't offer it anymore. Waitresses usually come and say, "You want more to drink?" She didn't say nothing. So I looked at that. I looked at how I felt when I left there. I had to fight myself. Don't go to sleep in this car. You are not on nobody's radar. Do not fall your ass asleep in this car. Um, so I was talking to myself. Stay up, let the window down, do whatever you got to do. Start praying, and so that God can show you what to do in this situation. So after I did that, I said, okay, um, get home. That's get to the house. All right, so I got to the house, and then once I got to the house, the Wi-Fi came on. So I know they transported me here or transported me somewhere because the Wi-Fi came on. So that meant they changed my phone and my location. So then I started to just think about everything and think about my day, what it looked like, what's going on, what I need to do. Um, and I'll just be honest, tonight I feel like I should take a break. My bed has not been made. Um, I can't honestly say that I don't have fear of this, but fear of what they are capable of is stopping me from living in a way that I feel comfortable. I have been carrying a series of bags for the last 7 years of my life. I have not been without anything with me for the last 7 consecutive years of my life. If I was to have to go out of this house to the store and someone said you can only take your wallet, I would probably pass out, literally from anxiety. I have not been without in Kentucky. If they were to call Georgiana Phillips, that was my counselor, which was the FBI was there, and I told her that, and they had at first the FBI that they had was a teenage, not a teenager, a young intern, a scout, and they had her sitting in and saying she was training. No, those be FBI agents with earbuds in, listening, and they had a computer on, and it'd be on black screen, and they'd be recording, and they'd be outside listening to see what you gonna say. So when I went to, and they not all FBI, they be federal agencies from different things. I always say that it's different kings for different things. Taxes is a king. DEA is a king. CIA is a king. Homeland Security is a king. You got different kings for different things. And when they see that they men is involved, their agencies get involved. Why is you in this? So I learned a long time ago, CIA get involved to look out for FBI. So that's why they be in there. They looking at that. Them they guys. So they always covering them. These agencies are interconnected. They got different things, but I always go back to my FBI daddy because he has jurisdiction over the whole board. So it doesn't matter who else is on board. FBI has jurisdiction over every king on the board. And that's because of the way the law works. Everything falls under the FBI. That's why I constantly go to my daddy all the time. Because you're the one, at the end of the day, no matter how this cookie crumble, you're the one that's going to be at the head of the table. Because it's jurisdiction. If it's corruption, it's FBI daddy. If it's um, taxes, drugs, trafficking, it's still FBI daddy. And all these other agencies can investigate, but they're not making any authority over FBI. And that's because they got that jurisdiction to go wherever the case go. So I was going to say that to say different kings do different things. So if they was to call Georgiana Phillips and say, did she ever show up to your office with anything? What would be the answer? Yes. What did she have when she came with you? A camera bag full of cameras, uh, 5 book bags. 5 different book bags went in her office every time I went to see her. I never left my notebooks alone. Not one time in Kentucky. Not one time. If I went to Walmart, every time they got me on camera in Walmart, I got 4 book bags in that car. And if I gotta leave them in the car, they got so much stuff on them that by the time they get it all off, I'll be out the stuff. And I know they could get it off. It's not to say they can't get it off. It's just to deter you and keep you all sidetracked. By the time I get out, and I can see if you done moved it, I can't stop them. You cannot stop them. They are relentless. And if you have something that they want to get to, it's nothing in this world that you can do to stop them. And it's nobody in this world that can stop them but God. That is a fact. I have been getting gassed for 6 years of my life. And it started that I can remember in Columbia, and it got worse in Kentucky. And it's just been going on. And in 2020, they just started giving it out to everybody. Everybody can have it. It was limited at one point. It was a privilege. And then in 2020, I don't know. They just went on ahead and opened the gas factory and just let everybody come get it and just put it to sleep whatever you want. I've never seen anything like it. They was all doing it. Especially in 2020 when I was living in the truck. You going to sleep tonight. Golly. So in 2018 in Kentucky, I was taking all those bags, and I had Georgiana Phillips as the counselor, and Nicole Young, which was an FBI agent. And I didn't go back to her no more when I told her what was happening, and she said, that's not it. And I hate when they say that. I don't believe that anybody in this world can tell another person what they saw and didn't see. I went to her and said, they play games with me. They go in my house. They're in my house right now. They're outside. And she said, no, they're not. They're here, ma'am. And they're bothering me. And then when I go out of here, if I say the wrong thing about them, they're going to drive their cars 195 miles an hour beside me so fast that they're going to make my car shake and try to make me run off the road. That is what they do to me when I leave here. No, ma'am, nobody's doing that. Okay. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep talking. I'm going to piss him off. And when I get out of here, I'm going to record what he's going to do to me. And Scottsville Road, all the way up where Georgiana Phillips is at Family Works, you got that long Scottsville Road where hardly no traffic be. And when I used to come out of there and turn that right, they would send that police car. Like, you get in the way if you want to. But then again, they're going to be hurt too. But they're not really doing it to hurt me. They just want to scare you, not the mess out of you. That's how they wanted me to feel. Scared. So I used to come out of there, go home. Nobody's listening to you. And she actually said that Nicole Young did at at what is it, something park, family counseling. Uh, she actually said that. I went to Family Works and Nicole Young worked at something park, Chestnut Park. And I said, you can't tell somebody what's true. They're in my house right now. I got cameras and they turn them off every time I go home. I had bought that system from Lowe's that cost $400, and it was just a waste of time and money, cause you go in there, it's dumb, cause you finna hook up the Wi-Fi, and that's when you go in there to hook that junk up to Wi-Fi. This is how the FBI and the federal agents with all that wisdom and sense. This is how they looking at me. Really, really, Crystal. This whole network is ours. We're watching you put it in. We see everything you're doing. So you look nuts going in there putting in a password. Crystal, really? Really, Crystal? We can see everything you're doing. We are looking at you like God. And you putting in a password thinking that's going to stop us. When you do it, they're just going to put the password in on their phone, log in on the phone that's yours, turn the camera off, and come in and catch up Lita Key for us. She's nuts. And when I get home, they're going to have a nice little surprise on the counter because they don't like to be challenged. None of those white men like to be challenged. So they don't like when you try to lock them out. They don't like that. They will let you know, you can't lock me out, baby. And I understand that. I have learned my lesson. I don't try to lock them out of anything. I might try to slow them down. You could do that. But you can't stop them from anything that they want to do because you just don't have the legal measures in place to protect yourself on that level from them. You got to have money to protect yourself from them. If I had money, they wouldn't bother me because they know that an attorney will come after them and that I can protect myself from unlawful searches and seizures and all that. I don't have no money, so the money you can't protect yourself from unlawful searches and seizures. They do it whenever they want to because you ain't got no money. You gotta have money to stop them. They don't play with people with money. You never heard of Chris Lee saying they came into my house when I was sleeping, gassed me. He had too much money. You have money, you get heard in court. You ain't got no money, you not heard. You don't have no money, ain't no nobody gonna believe you. You gonna play the game with them, and they gonna take you down with insanity. That's what they do. You make an accusation against them, they're not gonna fix it. They're gonna make you crazy because you said something about them, and then you're gonna fight all of them. It's like when I was a child and they used to say, you fought my brother, now you're going to fight all of us. That's how they do. When I got raped in August of 2020 by them, he said, he put his hands over my head and said, you going to tell? And if you do, I'm gonna get my brother from blah, blah, blah agency. I'm going to tell him. And then you going to fight all of them. They're giants in terms of I don't care black or white. They got power to make your life a living hell. And they know that. They will send a tsunami. and nobody is going to believe you because you don't have no money to fight them, and they will block everything. How can you really tell on them when everything they own it? I get so mad when people say, how can the law do that? Shut the fuck up. Lord, forgive me for cursing, but I get so mad when people say, the law can't do this to you. You shut your dumb ass up right now because you have no earthly idea that the FBI owns every level of communication. Who the fuck do you think the FCC is? Every bit of communication going in and out of this country, they own it. So if you piss them off and they want to set you up, oh my God. How, I mean, and they sit there and say, oh no, they can't do that. Okay, okay. I don't want to talk about this anymore. Because I can't fathom people that say, how did the FBI know you were going to the store? You obviously don't know. I think you need to go online and read the FBI's job description and then come back and talk to me. Go in and just go on an entry level. Don't even get up high in the clearance. Do an entry level position with the Federal Bureau of Investigations or any government agency in far as with investigations, and review what their job description is, and it tells you clearly they live and dwell closely with their target, but in an inconspicuous way to not make themselves available. And in my case, they break all the rules. They let me know they're there, and in a way to harass me and intimidate me so that I don't feel that I can live my life according to the United States Constitution, because there is Superman, there's SpongeBob, there's Spider Man. They have these alter egos as um, uh, Avengers. And when you tell somebody that, of course they're going to look at you like you crazy, but it is true. They they have so much power that in their minds they done took on a whole new cosmic character. This man actually told me, I'm gonna spin a web on you and hello sir. How many stages of moral and social development did you fail as where was your parents? They was rich, weren't they? They wasn't there. You was home alone. So you developed a fixation on Spider Man. He saved you, huh? From your parents. And so you became Spider Man, and you got this job with all this power, and now you think you go around and in your imaginary mind, you're Spider Man. And when you see people that you think is bad, you psh. And he said I'm sorry, in the House of Horrors in California on Webster Avenue. Webster Avenue. He put the in an entire room, and it was all Spider-Man. And how many times did they do that? That's not coincidence. They did it at the apartment complex in where they had me to stay with the dude. When I first got down here, the light skinned dude, whatever his name was, he had the BMW over there on Route 17, I think, or 123, whatever. But they had the same thing. They think they're Avengers, and there's nobody above them. So they go around slinging webs. And they don't think nothing is wrong with that. They just be, them white men just be saying it like they ain't did nothing wrong. One is Spider Man, one is SpongeBob, one is, I done had Batman, I done had, the Hulk. I don't. They just do what they want to do, and they just be Avengers, and you can't even report them. And I think, and I say, well, to a certain degree, they actually almost like that. You can't touch them, you can't see them. They act like ghosts, and they just be doing stuff. And just like that, if you go out and tell somebody you seen Spider Man, they gonna lock you up and say you crazy. You go out there and tell somebody you seen the FBI, they gonna lock you up and say you crazy. But do they know the FBI exists? Of course they do. But when you say that the FBI is bothering you, you're going to get messages like Wanda did. Nobody wants to believe it. And they need to ask the question, why? Why is that such an unbelievable, far fetched statement? You say the IRS and the FBI is bothering me. They're setting me up for crimes I'm not committing. And they got all these businesses and all of this stuff, and all of these people around me got cards and phones that go with banks, and they making money for real. And if you go and say that, they're gonna say you need to be in a mental institution. But if I had money and I call an attorney and I say I got this, this, and this, they gonna say you got a case. Let's go for it. But that's not gonna happen, because they know who they could do that to. Because they know if you got money, you can't set them up like that. They gonna fight it and they gonna win. But if you ain't got no money, oh, we can stack 50 years on you and you won't even be able to get out of it. So I look at this and say, I don't know what I feel about them in terms of, I understand and believe that they have jurisdiction. And for the first time in my life, I seen Titus, I think 3:1, that says how to live and respect your masters. And I want to do that. I do, because I really want to obey God more than anything in the world. That is like everything in the world to me, obeying the Lord. But I don't want to be put in a situation that I feel like I just don't know how, I don't honestly know how slaves made it, and that God expect for them not to have any level of bitterness or animosity in their hearts toward their masters. And then how did they keep their hearts pure before the Lord? That's my struggle every day. Asking the Lord that, Lord, when they got beat and raped and all of this stuff, did you did you let them slide if they didn't like their masters, or did you still want them to forgive? Like, how do you forgive and move past somebody that has taken you captive as property and you can't get out, and you can't verbalize your emotions, and you can't fight it? And the more you fight it, the more they build the lies till they say you're in drug groups and in gangs, and And they just, the lies just keep going, but no one ever stops. Al Sharpton could not touch this. Ben Crumps could not touch this. If Johnny Cochran was alive, he couldn't touch this. So even in operations, you're not allowed an attorney, because those attorneys are aware of these kind of operations, and they won't get involved. If you do, you will never win another case in the United States of America. Go ahead, get involved, and you will have a scandal by 5 o'clock. I guarantee it. Do it if you want to, and I bet you any amount of money, news by 5 o'clock. And so I'm saying tonight I want to take a break, because I feel like everything that I've reported, nobody came to my rescue. Going back to when I said about Nicole Young, when I went in there and I told her they're outside, they're listening to everything that I tell you. The man bothers me everywhere I go. And they be outside of my house. I drew a picture and they took it. They took it. And I gave it to Georgiana Phillips. And they took it. And I said they had that same wiretap that is on Enemy of the State. They had those in my house. And I found them. And I said, I'm going to tell y'all. And I'm not doing nothing wrong. And y'all keep putting all that stuff in here. And coming in here when I'm not home. They had that in my attic. And I found it and took a picture. And all they did was just cut. They had the same thing that's on Enemy of the State. They had that in my house. At 2370 Cave Mill Station Boulevard, Unit 310. And when I tell, and they let them in, Zeta Lane let them in, and they disguised themselves as Tyler's. And she got paid to let them in. She was letting them in every time I left home, and was saying, they was saying, we coming in to fix the towel. You don't have a right in here without putting a notice on my door. And once I said that, they just started just violating us for no reason. Kept saying they arguing and fighting in the apartment. Ain't nobody fault here. I got cameras. They was just writing stuff so they could do what they doing right now. That's why they had Rod and China in there fighting all the time. They was doing it then. I'm making notes. We was not arguing. We was the ketchup wasn't even. We was asleep. They said y'all was arguing. We was no fighting was going on in here. My cameras, man. I got cameras in here. How many times did that happen? I just done been through too much with them. I'm tired of them. You go to a restaurant and you drink something and then you leave feeling, because that's what I said about Easter. So they cover and protect them. Whatever they say by Easter, we gonna do it to her. So she gonna drink soda tonight, and it's gonna make her feel different. But God protected me. Because whatever they intended to happen, it didn't happen. So they said, we're going to do the very same thing to her. So that's why I said when we left, the girls' attitude changed. Because that's what it was meant to be mine. And that's how they play games. So I look and I'm tired of playing the games with them. I done played them all. I've been a slave for 7 years, just like this. Worse. I can't leave and go nowhere without taking bags with me. I took my outfit that I had on last night. Don't leave it. They gonna have that girl back there put it on, or somebody else gonna put it on. A man gonna come in here and put it on. Don't leave your clothes here that you had on last night. That gotta go. Don't leave your night clothes here that you had on the last night. That has to go. Even though technically whatever they sell around you, they already done bought it anyway, so it really doesn't matter. But just for the sake of it, don't leave it here. They take underclothes. I've been through this. Why do you really think I won't buy no more underwear? It's not because I don't wear underwear. They have taken them all. They take draws. And if you don't believe it, go back to Craigslist. It's a man on there saying, I would like to buy your drawers. They act like I sold them. I didn't sell them. They take them and plant them around. Act like you sleeping with people and act like you live somewhere. They plant stuff, just like that movie of Enemy of the State. And he went there and seen all his clothes there at that girl's house. They do that. That is real. That's not fake. They do that. They catch up been doing it. I love him and I try to protect him as much as I can. But Ketchup did that in our marriage all how long I would keep tell, where are you going with these clothes? Giving them to the FBI and they take them and send them out of town and you put them on and you wear them and go in the store and put you some shades on, especially during 2020 when COVID, it was they was like we finna have a ball because we can hide behind mask and all we need is clothes and she wear wigs anyway. We finna party. And in 2020, that's what they did. All they need, they take your clothes, they go in the storage, they get them, they have somebody put them on, go out, put her shoes on, go out, shop, do whatever the script calls for, go put them back. I don't buy no drawers. They stole every last pair. Every last pair. I don't buy them no more. Last time, what you keep buying them for? They gonna take them. Bras too. I just don't. I'm not buying nothing more. I'm not buying no underclothes no more. It's a waste of time. It's a waste to keep buying clothes too. I started to just not just buy me 3 outfits and keep changing and just be clean. Don't buy no more clothes because it's a waste of time and money. They're going to take it and they're going to put them on and they're going to send them out of town. And men and women is going to wear them. I know this. I've been through this too long with them. Too long. And they don't care. And you can't stop them. You keep talking about it, they just get mad. And you're going to get gassed. And the fact that anybody will say, she been talking this long. And my screen just changed. I mean, it just been took over. She been talking this long. And ain't nobody ever talked to her. No, that go to show you they wasn't talking to me because they was building me. That's why they never addressed me because every time I said something, they built me more. They never addressed me. So all the letters you wrote to all these people, no, they never. They answered. They answered. They answered. Yeah, they answered. It was nothing I wanted to hear, and they didn't answer me legally. They answered. Go online and fill out uh, that ic3.gov tonight if you want to. You better not go to sleep. Not in this house. You fill out that ic3.gov. What I'm trying to tell you is, I used to. Fill it out if you want to. Don't go to sleep. You better stand up and pray all night long. You better fill it out at 7 o'clock in the morning and go run to a hotel. And even then, it ain't gonna save you. But if you do it, you better not have to go to sleep in this house. You write anything near ic3.gov in here. Don't go to sleep. Don't go to sleep. Don't even sit down. They might knock you out. Don't even sit down. Better stand up and lean up, find something to clean, get the hell out of this room. You get in a remote location if you want to. Don't do it. I just feel like after realizing that I was poisoned tonight on my birthday and they tried to hide it. My soda had the nastiest taste. And it made, they got poisons that do different things. They got poisons that make this, whatever is in here, and in here. They got poisons that it feels like it's pulling, like it's straining your insides, like it's draining it. And it hurts on the sides. And then they got poisons that make you pee every 10 minutes. They got different things that they do. And I'm just tired of them. I don't think it really take all that to go to jail. But they don't want me to go to jail because they really don't want to talk about this. I don't think they really want to talk about this. That's why they won't answer me. I have been begging the FBI to come see me for years. Please come see me. Just please roll up in those yellow and blue jackets. Please come talk to me. I can understand. I can take it, and I will do whatever I have to do. But why y'all won't come see me? Because they don't want to talk about it. They don't want what I have to say on record. They know. They see me. Trust me, they see me real good. They looking at me right now. But they will not respond to me professionally because they don't want to talk about it. I had those same things from enemy of the state in my house, and they won't answer me. And I told Catch Up, they are coming in here. They used to come in, and I used to vac them every day I left home to see if they had footprints on the floor when I came back in. And they used to mess up the floor on purpose. Gwanda said, you need to go to church with your husband, so I could go all the way 6 hours, hour and a half there, an hour and a half back, and then an hour and a half there after service that they used to wait until the agents got out of the house. Make us wait in Clarksville. And they had us wait all that time. And Gwanda said, "You need to get out of the house." And that's because they was going in there acting like I was selling furniture. And they was moving stuff because I saw streaks on the floor. And I had a very clean house. And I said, "I don't know what they is doing. They're moving furniture." Started looking on Craigslist. Look on Craigslist. And I started seeing the same little ads like I used to make, email only. And when I seen that, they selling furniture. And I started going outside. They sit little stuff where they know you're gonna be. They sit a 2-piece over there. You know they know you're gonna like it. Sit a 2-piece, sit a little bed right there. She gonna pick it up. We told Ketchup to pick it up. She gonna pick it up. Ketchup, we don't need to sell anything up here. I don't want to sell nothing up here. So they said, "Fine, you ain't gonna sell. You ain't gonna get no job." That's what they told me. White lady came in Red Lobster, and I told Easter, who told her that I wasn't sitting with nobody. She came right in there and sat right next to me, like she hadn't said anything wrong. That's fine. You don't have to sell furniture. You won't be getting a job anywhere. Yeah, yes. Can I have a dry martini, please, on the rocks? Yeah, like she ain't said nothing wrong. You ain't gonna sell furniture. You won't get no job up here. That's what they said. Cause I said I'm not gonna sell furniture no more. When I seen they was setting me up in South Carolina, I'm not gonna work sell furniture no more. I love it. I miss my business, but I'm not. And so when I came back to Atlanta with Ketchup, I wanted my marriage back. I wanted my husband. So I told them, okay, okay, if y'all let Ketchup stay, I'll sell furniture. Okay, okay, I'll be set up. I'll keep selling furniture. And they let Ketchup stay, and they took him out every other 2 weeks. Every 2 weeks, they took him out. He was with me one weekend, gone with Nakaya Powell, and traveling the next weekend. Come back the next weekend, go travel, fight, and act like we argued, and storm off. Go back with Nakaya Powell, get ghost for 2 days, come back, and that's what they had him doing until July. March of 2020 to July of 2020 was the worst year of my life. When we came back here to Georgia, they were waiting with arms open like the prodigal son to tear my life apart. They were expecting us, they were ready, and they were ready to tear a new asshole. And I got here, and they would not leave me alone. And that's when I was asking the Lord to help me, because I they had already took Ketchup, and that was it. And I really, really wanted him. I loved my husband. And if he wasn't with the people that he was with, we would have been together. And he was with the law. His brother is too. His brother is the FBI. That's why the FBI don't want to talk to me either. Because Curtis Ketchup is FBI. That man that Ketchup is fighting in his video ain't his brother. And he said that in the video. That ain't my brother. I know it's not. I know it's not. Goddamn right it ain't. The body language, an expert can look at Ketchup's body language and say that ain't his brother. Look at how Ketchup is scared to touch that man. Ketchup was terrified of that man. Ketchup is scared of these people. In June of 2020, I don't know what that man told Ketchup to do in Walmart about me, but Ketchup did not want to do it. And that man must have told him, If you don't, yeah, I tell you what. And Ketchup was crying. Ketchup came out of Walmart crying. I don't know what that man told Ketchup, but in June of 2020, when they staged that black Glock gun in the mix that they say I still got, Ketchup was crying. Ketchup came, and when we got back together, we had separated because the law had pulled him out. He had to go work in other places for them to set me up. And when he came back in June, after the IRS dropped that first stimulus check, they took pulled Ketchup out because they changed the banks, and they didn't want it going to Ketchup. They wanted it coming to me because Ketchup was a federal agent, so they want no money going to him. They wanted it coming to me, so they took it from his American Express account in 0105 and made that mine Cash App, and it wasn't. I never had a Cash App in Jackson. Had only a Cash App in Ketchup. But I knew that Ketchup's American Express ended in 0105. So how did they make the Cash App 0105? Because that's what they did. They was making us together through account numbers, just like Fifth Third Bank did. And they was taking advantage of the fact that I was smoking to try to make me cross it all up to make me look like you don't know what you're saying. I know exactly what I'm saying. I know I ain't never applied for nothing in Jackson with no Cash App. It was Ketchup. And they did. And because once I changed my name, that was it. And when they did that, they pulled him out because the IRS knew we finna drop this stimulus check. They put that 2,500, 2,400 in that bank. 2,500. And I called, I texted. I didn't even know it was there because I was supposed to go to Ketchup. And they had pulled him out, and they knew she got an iPhone, and she ain't got the card, so she gonna have to poo poo, and we got her every time she do that. That's why they did it. They put it in Cash App, and I said, I gotta tap. Yep, you gotta tap to pay, and we got you when you do. Every time you tap, they got you because they gonna swap that IME not I number SIM card, and you gonna be pulling from the wrong phone. And when you pull from the wrong phone, we gonna bust your ass. And I'm saying, okay, hello, okay, I'm willing to go, but can you stop the gas? And they said, no, because we want you to look retarded, like you bat stone crazy. So when you get in front of the judge, you can look like you ain't got your sense. And then we win, because we're the law. We don't lose. Pickaninnies. And that's what it is. They don't want me to go to court right now. She's too smart. She get in court, she will tear our hides off. So they don't know she's not going to court. And then they say, we set you free. No, you haven't. I can't even have a bank account. Stop lying. Then they said, we're not even investigating you. Oh, bull crap. If you ain't, I would hate to see you investigate somebody. If you ain't investigating me, oh, please don't investigate nobody. Oh, Jesus, if you do, if you ain't got no interest in me, oh, Jesus, I feel sorry for a black person you do got interest in. You mean to tell me you ain't investigating me? Oh, Lord Jesus, please don't let them investigate nobody black. Because I can't even imagine if I'm going through all this and I ain't even a target. Ooh, oh, if you a target. Ooh, oh, I hate to see it. But they be saying that. We ain't even bothering you. Okay. All right. All right. Well, everybody just got these numbers for no reason then. All right. So everybody in my family just got phones that go to Fifth Third Bank, and nobody want to talk about it. All right, and nobody don't think. They tell me all the time. There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, all right. So Easter's Bank go with Fifth Third Bank, and nobody don't think nothing wrong with that. Nobody thinks any that I should. Okay, so let's build Easter. Easter is all things finance. She's the business person, runs businesses and different names with prepaid cards. And she likes younger men. She even had a dated a guy named Rod that was abusive. She is all things vehicles. Every vehicle she done had, FBI got it. The red Mercedes. See, they just agreed. I know it. I know. I already know. She has the red Mercedes. Matter of fact, let me go get me something to eat. We're gonna take a break in this documentary, and I'm gonna be back in just a minute. We give you all the glory. We worship you, our Lord. You are worthy to be praised. We give you honor. We give you all. Lord, we give you all the. We give you all the glory. Yeah. All right. I am back. So, um, how did this? Easter is all things income. She is all things income. She, um, they use her to create business ideas. Uh, she is a shopper. She is a vehicle owner for them. Every vehicle that she had, they have made it mine. The Chrysler she's driving right now is mine. The house she lived in at 1327 Windmill Drive is mine. She uh, has uh, the Nissan Rogue was mine. She had the short gray Mercedes that they say I sell drugs in. It's mine. The red Mercedes SUV is mine that they had Jasmine driving for Uber. That's mine. She has um, clothes that are mine, and she likes they like church because Easter don't pay taxes on all these business ventures that she be doing saying. So that's an interest to them. Knows every time I talk to her, she have a new business and ain't never registering nothing. But then again, she don't seem to be working them. But then again, that's how they do it. They don't need to work it. They just add the income once they make it. And then her goal that they pay her is $6,000 a month. That's how much they pay her. And George was mine. I dated a George. Not dated. I used to have sex with a George in 2011. When I was at 505 13th Street, apartment E9. So, Easter, they gave Easter a George. Catch up was with Easter first at Pastor Turner Church. And then Easter gave him my phone number. He had been in the family for 2 years before I ever met him. And that's because he was getting to know the family, training them. So she is medical for them. She is uh, a travel scout. They pay for her to go on multiple. They pay you to go on vacations where they're gonna set me up at. So I noticed everybody is getting these vacations and these cruises. Those are yours. All they gotta do is go and take the phone. Have a good time. They sent her to Texas. She went to New York. And once they go, you gotta call and you gotta say it. And then AI gonna swap it. And you gotta send pictures so we can put them in our phones. That's why she sent so many pictures and videos. She's not sending them to me. She's sending them to other agents on their phones. They're gonna get them and download them. They're gonna save them. Then she is NetSpin. She's all things taxes, and she's taxes. She is medical. She's vehicles. Nico allegedly named his granddaughter, her granddaughter name. They got the same name. She got a granddaughter named Anaya, so do I. She They furnish her house for her. The house she live in on Reagan Drive is mine. And Gwanda live there too. When Gwanda was set up to live in it, they put her on soccer court. And she lived there in 2018. They put the furniture that Easter got in there. That dresser is the same dresser that's in the room that Easter got in that video, November 2020. November of 2023, November 27, when she made me leave her house in 2023. That dresser that is in the video is that same dresser in that room right there. That gray couch that she got is the same gray couch that's at Marriott in the picture. She got the black bed is almost the same black bed that I had when I first married Kesha. That's why she told me when I came over there, you can sleep in my bed. I bet I can. That's what all I'm saying. That's how you know that's your house. Because the law gonna say, tell her to sleep in your bed. Yeah. So they take pictures of you in the master room by yourself. Yeah. That's exactly what they were. No, I'm not sleeping in there. Yeah, that's what they want you to do. Yeah, take a shower in my bath. I'm not sleeping in your bed either. Yeah, you do if you want to. That's your house officially. Then they want you to cook. They want you to cook, take a shower, lay in the bed. And once they get 2 or 3 nights of that, it's a wrap. Cut, move to the next location. They work quick. So she is that for them. She has had the white truck that is here. She got that. The GMC 1500. George had that. She had that. She got The Impala, the gray Impala. She got that. She is um, work for them. This remote employment. That's mine. Um, she is. She plays the age requirement. They give her the cane. She got her children in on it. All of them, every last one of them, get paid, and that's why I got them out of it. Don't talk to them; they don't get no checks. You talk to them, you giving them a line. They have phones. They have to put your voice and your face on their phones, so that when they go to court, they'll have all that tasted like poison right there too. Well, we'll see in a minute how I feel, but that had an aftertaste just to it, or maybe it's that soda. One of those got an aftertaste to it. But either way, um, that's what happened. She she put that's what happened. She is everything that that situation is. East is. Um, she's all sides of it. She's more involved than Gwanda, and that's because me and her was the closest. And so towards the end, the law wanted it to look like the ultimate betrayal. They wanted it to look like, yo, we want to hurt you so bad. I mean, I think this is a crime of humanity. I don't think that this is a regular master plot. They wanted to go in for the 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 gusto. They wanted to really, really put the funk to this. Like with what they did. Something right there was poison. I saw like drops of white stuff in that coke. It didn't. I saw balls. I pulled them out, but maybe they had not settled in the soda. I thought that was weird because why would soda form as balls? And um, that that was that Alfredo was good, but it that something got an aftertaste in my mouth right now. It tastes bitter, but that's what happened. Easter is everything. She's a jackpot. She lives in houses. She George, uh, Anthony was hers. That's the name. Um, she's had uh, the singing part. They stage me as that, singing and making money. On average, they say I make about $1,500 a week in under the table money that I'm not paying any taxes on. So I wondered this year when I filed taxes, I wondered if I should file for the money that all these people are making and just round it on off and say I made about 400,000 this year and just get a bill. But it doesn't matter. Even if I file taxes, they don't process any of my returns. They haven't processed any of my returns since 2020. And that's because they want to say that I'm not filing. So when I send stuff in, they just look at it. They don't even process it. I don't get an acknowledgement. I paid my bill. They said I owed $357. I paid my bill. They didn't even acknowledge it. They didn't even send me my change. It was like we took your money and that's it. I didn't get no receipt. I didn't get no nothing. I paid them $400 with a card ending in, I think it ended in 0564. It was the Go Bank card that I couldn't get the money off. That I had got paid, and they wouldn't let me get the money off because they wanted me to keep using the phone. So I got mad and just took it and paid the IRS, and I paid the whole 400. I owed them $357. I didn't have to pay them because I was in a bankruptcy. They didn't give a damn about that. I had no, and the bill was in there, and that goes into a long corrupt story that I just don't have time for them. Because if I get to talking about that, Jesus is a fire. I ain't got time for that. So they did not want to. I paid the bill, $357. I paid in California. I paid sent them $400 online. Paid the bill, and they didn't even give me my change, and didn't give me no receipt, and didn't do nothing. And I probably agents probably took the money and didn't let the payment go through, transferred it to another bank while I'm thinking I'm paying, and they kept it. But it gave me a confirmation that they paid it. They just didn't give me no receipt, and I didn't get nothing from them with my balance being given back to me. I didn't get nothing. And then when I filed in 2021, wait, that was 2021. When I filed in 2022 for 2021, they didn't give me no. I filed saying that I didn't get my um, recovery rebate money. They owe me 3 stimulus checks. Nope, they didn't give me those either. They owe me 3 of them. And they said they sent them to. Uh, they said they sent them to 2528 Millersville Road, Lot F, I think, in Augusta, knowing good well I don't stay there. So, um, when I called in December of 2020, I called to let them know, and they said they were sending the check out to. They said no, they said they were sending out. They said that they seen it. It was sent out. That's what they told me in 2020. In 2022, they still didn't give me that check, and I put it on the taxes that I filed for Amazon and for um, Uber Eats, Instacart, and my business, and they still didn't give me no money. And I filed my taxes right for the income I made, not what the scouts made, and it was about 18 between 18 and 20,000. Both years was about the same, and it was significantly lower because I was under oppression. So they wasn't letting me make the same money that I made with ketchup. Yeah, one of them got poison in it. That food or that drink, and that drink just looked like it had balls in them. I put my soda in the freezer, and I heard somebody go in the freezer after me. And when I got the bottle and shook it, it had white balls at the top that hadn't dissolved, which was weird. So I pulled them out, and I thought it might be suds, even though it definitely didn't look like suds. I should have took a picture of it. And I opened it up and poured out the balls, and something still tastes like poison. It's irritating me a little bit. So, um, no, I didn't get none of that. So, I didn't get my stimulus checks. So they owe me 3. And I filed my taxes. And so in 2020, that was for 2019. Only ketchup was working. And then, because I had did filed my last return in 2019 for Trash to Treasure. And so in 2020, in 2020, I always get this confused because it goes to the year back. In 2020 to 2019, only ketchup was working. And then I think I had probably like $300 or $400 from jobs I had tried to start that they wouldn't let me work. They wouldn't let me work at all in Kentucky. So when I had to say something about going back there, they ain't we work there when I get there. Ain't no need to trying it again. They ain't gonna change their mind. So in 2021, in 2021, I filed for what I made in 2020, which was about 18 to 20,000, and that was for Uber. No, that was for DoorDash and my business, Who Wants Seconds, and that's it. In Postmates, I didn't start Instacart yet. And then in 2022, I filed for 2021, which was for Uber Eats. I never drove for Uber, and it was for Who Wants Seconds from January to May when I stopped. My last customer was Tiana Conway. That was my last one. I said, I'm done with this. They took my money and took my furniture. And I said, I'm done with this. And they was getting me real good because they was straight taking my furniture from me, because they would get the furniture first when they act real nice so I could get easy and think it's okay to let them get the furniture, when I used to say, no, I gotta have my money first. So then they started saying, well, we want to see it first. So you could see it. Now, okay, we going in the house to get the money. You go ahead and get it off the truck. Get it off the truck. They get it off there. Get the money. Come back and bring me that money with all that red ink over it. Okay, I don't want this. You done touched it. Get your fingerprints. They take the money back. Then the police come. It's out there. My spidey sense is going off. Girl, I'll take you and drag you right on down the road with this truck if you don't stop playing with me. So I said, I'm not gonna stop dealing with them because they playing too much, and I'm not gonna let myself get in no trouble behind them because they doing this on purpose and aggravating me. So I lost the furniture and I didn't get no money out of that deal, out of that blue sectional sofa that she got. She took the sofa and they got the money, and I didn't get nothing. And I loaded it up, did all of that, and didn't get nothing out of the deal. Nothing. They took the furniture and didn't give me no money. Brought all that red money out there. Where I'm going with that? They're already saying I robbed banks. You keep that for yourself. I'm call the police and make a report on it. I called. They sent them officers out there with no names on their thing, no shirts, no nothing but like uniforms they got from the rental cop store. And the man got mad, and I recorded him. And the FBI got that too. I recorded it. It was May the 1st, or yeah, May 1st, April 29th or May 1st of 2021. And that was it. I can't do it no more. I'm done with this. They playing too much. I can't get nothing. And I would get in the calls, and all of them would say the exact same thing. We just went and got the money out the ATM. That's what I know. I know it. And they would call right when they was doing it and swap it and say they got the money out the ATM with all that red dot all over it. I don't want this. I'm going to record the bills. I shouldn't have been even touching it because the bills, they was doing that on purpose. So you put your fingerprint on them, they get the bills and go give them directly to the law. And then took the furniture, and they gonna take the furniture. The girl said that she had ran an Airbnb company. So they took the Airbnb, and that's why I put that on my page the other day. Come on down. Because that's what they would set me up as. She renting houses under dead people names, CPNs, and renting out houses and furniture and setting them up. So I took that and go all the way back to 1999 and go back to the very first complaint I ever made. And that was, and Easter is the one that filled out the paperwork. And it was to Apple Homes. And it was Brian. And that white man, I think, name was Ray. And he had the Cadillac that the dude drove and picked me up from down here and took me to the post office around September. He had the exact same one. His was yellow. And I know they know that because they sent the car right after I said it. So they knew they was around then. Because they knew she ain't lying. Because we know the car. And they drove it around there and the dude picked me up in it. And it was blue. But right, the white man's car was yellow. And it was a classic Cadillac. And he worked at Apple Homes in Augusta, Georgia on Gordon Highway. And they was selling manufactured homes and dead people names. And I found out by mistake. And the law took the same trailer that was brand new and set it up and gave it to this man named Antonio Anthony and had it in the same mobile home park, moved it across the street and put it on the corner, and that was the Weed Man where Nika used to go, and we used to get, at times I would ride with her, and we used to get dime bags. And that is the same trailer that the FBI was using then. And it was still using it as mine, and it wasn't mine. And that's how it worked. And they was doing that. We bought the trailer in 1999. It was, I think, 70 some $1,000 for a double wide. We got it all furnished. And then I chose all the furniture. And then what happened is they took when it got out there, they delivered the trailer. They put it out there, and I went out there while D was at work, and we was so excited. We had to move out our apartment, moved in that we had to went to clothes. We ain't know nothing about no clothes and all that, but we went to clothes, and we went to which I should have known better now, but I didn't know no better then. And my mom and them just had thought we was doing the right, that everything was right because this is a reputable company. And we went and we sat at the table, and it was Brian, and that it wasn't no attorney in there, and they had us a bunch of paper, and we was just signing and signing and signing. And by the time we got done, they said it was going to be 300,000 that we owed back over the 30 years of the loan, I guess. And so we was happy. They gave us the keys. No, they gave us the keys. So they said we get the keys when it got there. So they delivered the trailer. I went. All the furniture was in there in brand new boxes and stuff. Nothing had been took out. Everything you had to do it on your own. It was just nothing but brand new furniture in there with boxes like a storage house. And it was sitting there on top of the blocks, and it didn't have no stairs, no nothing. And I said, how are we supposed to get in here? And I called, and I said, it ain't no stairs here. Y'all forgot my stairs. And they said, it don't come with no stairs. You got to pay extra. And I flipped. And I called the bank. And I called the bank, and I said, I'm calling because, and oh no, we didn't have the keys yet. So I think that they had set this up then. Didn't have the keys yet, because other than that, I would have been calling from inside the house. I wasn't. I said they brought the trailer, left the stuff. We ain't got no keys or whatever. And the lady said, I need you to verify the loan number and the name on the account. Verified the loan number and the name on the account. She said, I'm sorry, that's not the name in our computer. And I said, excuse me? And then she said, No, ma'am, that's not the name on this account. And I said, yes, it is. She said, no, ma'am, it's not. That lady said that was not the name on the loan and that they could not talk to me anymore. She said, you need to call the bank where you need to call you need to call the lot. Call back to Brian. He acted like he didn't know what was going on. They acted like they couldn't find him. When he finally called me back, they acted like they didn't know what to say. I said, what happened in the process? They said, we gonna have to get back in touch with you. They said that they taking back the loan. We don't know what happened and how this end up. We trying to figure out how they got the. They was acting like they didn't know what happened. But the bank said that the loan, when they did the research, the loan was in somebody's name that was dead, and that they was taking the loan back, and that the company should go and get our money back. But that was the law, because if that was really happened, then the police would have got in touch with us then, and they never did. That was in 1999. The law took that same trailer and put it in that same neighborhood, and then they did the same trailer. I'm so tired of them. They put that same trailer on Craigslist in 2002, 2001. 2 years later, they put it on Craigslist, and they put it at 2409 Sedgefield Drive in Augusta, Georgia, in Butler Creek. They put that same trailer, different brand new furniture, but the same trailer, all brand new furniture, the same trailer, double wide, brand new, all the way through. A man had it, was from uh, Trinidad or somewhere, had a white BMW that they got now, was slim, worked at Walmart in the back office, and his aunt was from the Virgin Islands somewhere, and was said that she was um, gonna be the one collecting the rent. And we lived in the house until D went to jail because the law was kept pulling him out. And out of nowhere, nobody showed up at the door one morning. I just woke up, and it was a sign on the door that said the house was being foreclosed on, and the law staged that as ours, and it wasn't. It was a man that worked, a black man that worked at Walmart, and when we moved in the house, I told D back then, that man leaving all this stuff. It was brand new, furnished all the way through. The whole house was brand new table, everything. And he said that he just had got it set up, and he said, and Walmart told him that they would pay him all this money to move out of town, and he wanted to just rent it out for $675 a month, and that he needed somebody to move in right away and take over it because he had to go out of the country to work for Walmart. That's exactly what happened, and God is pleased. And so he left. He called us and told her, "Is black lady gonna be coming over?" That was from Trinidad, and said that was his aunt. The lady came over every month and collected the rent. And then when D went to jail, I didn't have the money. I had to file bankruptcy, I think, or something like that. Then after a while, just a bank came. I mean, somebody put something on the door that said the house was foreclosed on, and that we had so many days to get out of the house. So I went and filed something with the court, and they said it was nothing we could do. We had to move, and so I moved, and that happened that that was that. And so I think when I be singing that song, Jesus will work it out, I'll be listening to the words. They overlaid that. Cause I now that I think of it, that ain't the song. Uh went across the sea, Pastor and me. That ain't the song. They just wrote something that rhymed, and I be singing it, and they be saying that's why I think that's why I be shouting when I hear that part, cause that be the Lord telling me that's what they saying about you. They overlaid that, cause they're saying that you are Ketchup, and Ketchup is a musician and a singer that travels, and they just make everything elaborate. So when they used what happened in 2002, they used that and put that in that song. And that lady came on and looked at that door and said, and that's how I did, but that wasn't my house. And that's where they used that in that song. So it'll look like you owned a house. I've never in my life owned a house. I didn't inherit no trailer from my mama. They had a white man up there in California. Every time I went to go get my mail, somebody was up there trying to do change over papers and deeds and all of that stuff. I ain't never had no own no house nowhere ever. They have. They have though. They got one up there in Peachtree City. And it looked just like the one that we lived in at 121 Woodspur Road. The houses we lived in for rent, they was having somebody live in. It's done bought it. And we lived at 121 Woodspur Road. It was a split level. They put the same split level style house out there in Peachtree City and put a for rent sign out there in the yard where we'll see it coming out of Maddie's house around there. And I called. They used the same black Tahoe that Grant got in California. They used that same Tahoe. That lady was driving it and was talking to us about for sale. And I asked Ketchup, I just don't understand if the house is for rent. Why does she keep talking to us like we're buying the house? And he said, just shh. And I said, well, she keep telling us that the cabinets cost $40,000 and this happened. Why do we care? How much is the rent? And Ketchup said, just let me handle it. And I said, well, she says that she's sending you the application, but she never did. Because that's not what it was. Needed you to go out there and take pictures. And I'm telling you, they bought that house. And then after that, Ketchup said, we going out here to spend our anniversary. And that was the last anniversary was together. I got smart, and they said they gotta get divided. They gotta they gotta separate them. She getting on, and she gonna blow this whole thing. They gotta separate them, and Ketchup got pulled out after that. It got too bad, cause when he took me out there to Peachtree City, they got a little trail that runs through there in a little lake area, and we was out there, and it was so nice. He said, "I'm gonna take you out here. I'm gonna take you somewhere for our anniversary." I said, "Okay." It's not what that was. We was out there where that house was. That they wanted it to look like we out there strolling in the neighborhood where we live. No, 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 no. They live there, and they once I found that out, they was no. That's it. He's not going back in. Take him out, and they took him out. He's never been back with me after that. They broke us up. We did our last anniversary on July 24th, 2020. And in by July 31st, they had made him so bad. It was every time I touched him, it was like I was touching a thorn bush. I couldn't take it no more. Every time I touched him, he was a FBI agent. I couldn't see my husband no more. I everything was they had him so um, set up that I could never just talk to my husband. He was everything he did. He was in the matrix. They was tearing me up with him. Everything that he did was what you call it, a score. Everything. Wake up in the morning, receipts. Go to bed, receipts. Wake up, clothes next to you. Wake up, you in the truck. They had him coming at me about 50 ways. Like they was telling him, you finna get away from her. We gonna tear you up. They was tearing me up with him. I couldn't take it no more. And they was making me see it so that I would get away from him. And I had to. I had to. It was hurting me too bad. I had to. I hated to get away from him, but I had to. He wasn't nowhere near my husband at all. It was a machine. I wake up. It was no more good morning. No, we not in no kind of matrimonial bliss. This is all business. Get up. Gotta go pick up this furniture. He had turned to a drill sergeant. I go to bed, wake up, want to cuddle with him. Ain't none of that. All that's over. Having sex, put it in the front of the TV. Catch up with turn the TV around so they could see it, they could record it. When I wake up in the middle of the night, I used to hear him clicking, taking pictures of me. He used to slide my wig back so it looked like I was drunk. When I woke up, he used to put, his job was to put receipts in my bag that they had during the day, so that I would wake up like I was drunk and say, "What is this?" They did all of that. All of that was his job, and I know it was hard on him, and he didn't have no choice. Do it, or you going to jail with her. And I understood. I'm not mad at him. I wouldn't have did it to him, but I'm not mad at him. I would fight all of them by him. If this was him on the other foot, they have to take me on because I'm a fight for catching up. Because he ain't like me. He ain't gonna talk back. He ain't gonna go live. That man ain't gonna be quiet. He'll do whatever they said. He ain't like me. So I wouldn't. I'll fight for him. But they did. They it is definitely poisoning one of those because my chest hurt. It's definitely, they poisoned the hell out of something right there. It's probably that soda. But um mm-mm. I'm telling you, I went in there and got that thing out and them balls. I said, "What is that?" It looked like ice. That's why I was like, maybe it's not. But either way, um, he had no choice. He had no choice in the matter. You do it or you going to jail with her. Period. If that was even an option, because without him, it wouldn't have been no way to do it. So they probably told him a lot worse because without him, it couldn't have been done. So they probably told him, "You're going to do it," and he had no choice. So they that morning he was already they was meeting him at the trash can every morning. I would get up, he wouldn't be in the bed, he would already be up. They would be done got him up in the middle of the night. He was sleeping with his back turned to me, sleeping with the phone on the side of me, and they used to communicate with him every morning through OfferUp. And I would wake up and he used to put the phone in my face. "You want to go pick up this?" They be on the phone. Yes. No. "Well, can we take off today?" "No, we got something to do. We need money." "What you talking about?" "Well, no, none of that." Wasn't no laying in the bed. No, them people had us on assignment all day long. Get up, take her here, and we need her over here in Howell Mill Road or go over here and do this. Go ride through the rich houses and say, we're going to have the cameras on, be riding behind y'all, and we want you to say, where's the dumpsters? How can we dive? That's what they used to say. And he used to bust out and say stuff like that. And I used to just be looking at him. It was so uncomfortable. And he used to be, we used to be riding, and then he would say, um, I mean, okay, so how do we get in their trash cans? They ain't got their trash cans by the road. Then he would just, I used to, man, I'm trying to find a printer. We need printers. He'd just bust out and say stuff. Then he had, thank you for everything that you've done today. Thank you for buying everything. Thank you for your money. And it's his unemployment going to Fifth Third Bank, his debit card with his name on it in the glove compartment, and he's saying out loud for them when they're around, sounding square like a robot. Thank you, Crystal, for your money. Okay. Then they had him in 2020 to send that email that said, uh, the email that said, I don't have nothing to do with your business and you doing all this on your own and I just help you. I ain't in none of this. I said, oh, it's time. It's definitely time. And but I kept feeling like they started him like that and made him that evil because I felt like he was doing that to me because they told him that I slept with Gustavo and I did not. I never in my life cheated on Ketchup. Never. The first time I had sex with somebody after we separated was a rape. I did not want to have sex with him. He raped me. And I told Ketchup I did not want to have sex with him. And he paid one of those agents cash up. I didn't get no money out of that deal because it was not consensual sex. And that's how, and that wasn't the same. That wasn't Gustavo. Me and Gustavo never had sex. That was Nico's friend. We never had sex. Nothing like it. I was not going to do that. And I bet they told Ketchup that I did. And I didn't. And so they was making us hate each other. And once I seen that, I said, okay, I don't care what he does. I'm not set my mind to do the opposite. I'm never going to hate him because that's what they want me to do, and I'm not going to do it. So I'm not. So no. And I just decided I wasn't going to do it. So whatever I seen that he was doing, yeah, it hurt bad. But I'm not. I don't know what they told him. I don't know what they did to him. So I can't, I will never be able to know because he's never going to say it because he's going to know he's never at liberty to talk freely. And so he's never going to confess that. So I'm never going to ask him. He knows that I know because they tell him everything that I say. So he knows that I know. And he knows that I love him no matter what. It's unconditional because I don't know what they told him. Had I seen that he did this on his own and he wasn't bullied, then I might feel differently, but it's not that way. I know what he looked like when he came home that day from work. That man looked like he could eat me with a fork, and I don't mean sexually. they sent home a dragon. And that's how I know they went to his job. And if I was to ever ask him in a court of law, was to ever come out, did the FBI ever go to your job? I bet you anything he will say yes. And it's going to be in July of 2018. They went to that man's job at Duport. Yes, they did. I'm willing to bet money on that. Yes, they did. Yes, they did. Duport. He got their job and they met him there at work. And that's when they told him what the deal was. Because I called them in June. I did the report. And they came out in June. And they followed us to Kentucky. They was in North Carolina first. And they was everywhere in North Carolina. Everywhere. I didn't know what the world is going on. What is these people looking at? What is this? Everywhere. They had a black man, looked like he was from Africa somewhere, and he would just walk by and just drag stuff and just look at me. And just drag stuff on the wall and just look at me real slow and do it again. And he would stand outside all day at my storage and just look all day long and just do this. And I called Easter crying so hard. I was like, why does man keep coming to my storage? He keep doing it. And he was at the hotel and he was everywhere. Didn't know what the world was going on. And we went to In Town Suites and they had the man come in putting the shirt on. He walked in, he was in a hurry, walked in buttoning up his uniform to come in and pretend to be the thing. And he had light color eyes and he was light skinned and had a real low haircut and he worked at In Town Suites. And I told Ketchup, I don't like it. I pray every night with Jacqueline Carr, Milwaukee. That's why I like that song. I give you all the glory. And then I used to play, you are Alpha and Omega. We worship you, our Lord. You are worthy, worthy to be praised. I did not want to lose my husband. I loved him. And we give you all. They taking him the glory. They taking him, Lord. We worship you, our Lord. I loved him. They was taking him in my face. And there was nothing I could do about it. Nothing. What no talking? You can't talk. Because they got all these cameras. Ketchup knew they right there in the next room listening. I can't talk to you. They done took me from you. It's no, can we work it out? Can we go to counseling? No, this is nothing. It's nothing left. They took him. And they be lying saying that they did. Yes, they did. They took that man from me. They gave him an ultimatum. You do it or you go to jail with her. And he was meeting them at the trash can. They met him at the trash can. They messaged him in the office. He used to always have to go out to the truck. And they took him. They took him. They took control. They made him hate me. He hated me. He hated me. I wanted to do, because it was an operation. You busy all day until we get tired. We got lots of ground to cover. Come on, shop. Come on, get in the Goodwills. Drive around. We was both slaves. He a slave to them, and I'm a slave to him. You don't do it, and they gonna make him run off. In that day in Kentucky, when they snatched him the last time, they snatched him. That man snatched him. I'm talking about, I literally felt the snatch when he pulled him out. Because I got mad because the counselor was an FBI agent, and they had me going in this all white room with no degrees on the wall, no nothing. I'm not finna go in here. And then they had started that psychobabble, turning us against each other, and the counselor that had us arguing. I don't want to be in here. I don't want to be here. And I asked the man, where are you qualified from? Where you go to school? Where's your business cards? Where's your intake form? Where all this stuff? And he got nasty and smart. And I knew when you leave just for doing that, they gonna take him. They gonna take him. And sure enough, we got home and Ketchup got the text, get out, just for her doing that, acting up today in counseling, and they made him leave. And he left. They told him to start argument and leave. And I went holding behind him, and that man shook me off like a roach, and I fell. And I was like, he's gone. They done took him. You cannot get him back. You can't get him back because he's afraid. And even if you could get him back, they don't offer him a job and all this stuff. He's not coming back. So they took him, and we came down to Atlanta. That's where they wanted him to bring me back to. That's what the order was. Bring her back here and drop her off, and we'll take it from there. We're going to bounce her around. And when they first sent that man, they used to only send men with big penises. And they sent that man to JC's store in June of 2020. And they made Ketchup run off. And he left me there by myself with all the furniture. And the JC man was telling people, yeah, this is my partner. We're together. Whatever she say the price is. I said, ma'am, I don't sell lawnmowers and stuff. That stuff is not mine. That we're not partners. They had made Ketchup leave. And they sent that man at the end of the day that drove that van. And they said to tell her, you'll help her pack up the stuff, all the furniture. And I said, I want this junk. And so they said, they had the man to say, I had nowhere to go. And they said, tell her she could stay with you. And he took me right up the street to Hillendale Drive. And it was a yellow house. It was yellow, small. And he took me through that, and it was a construction environment. Everything in there needed work and construction. And they said, you could stay here. And he gave me a key. And he said he was going to get a check because he had got COVID check or something. No, PPP loan. And he was from Africa. And he had a big old thing, and because his pants was, I could see it. Plus, he had got hard a little bit because he said I was attractive, and that I wanted to stay the night with him. And they wanted him to show me that his thing was big because they thought that was gonna make me stay. and I didn't want to have sex with him. I didn't cheat on Ketchup, and I didn't want nobody else but Ketchup. But when I seen that they had sent him in, I said, that mean Ketchup not coming back. They done sent him, so Ketchup not coming back because they already done sent somebody to replace him. And the guy said you can stay here, so that meant that they're already moving Ketchup out, so he's not coming back. So it was, I said they're not sending him back. So they didn't. He never came back after that. He never came back. And it was official on July 31st when we got up and they had him register whatever he had registered with Georgia Department of Revenue. And I said, what in the world did you do? What is this? And they said, don't tell her nothing. Tell her you don't owe her no explanation. And I said, catch up. I'm not playing with you. We was at Candlewood Suites Hotel, and he had just went and met one of them at the trash can. And they had made him so he was just like them, powerful and silent. And I just said, I gotta go. I can't take this anymore. That's not my husband no more. They done took him. And everybody was looking at me. My family was looking at me with eyes that couldn't say nothing. Cassius walked by me and said, because they couldn't talk. Derek did the same thing. I was talking to him June 20 when we went there for this little cookout thing, June 16th. My husband, I love him. Derek looked at me like he said, husband, just ain't your husband. It's an FBI agent. I know my family. They was like, that's not catch up with no more, girl. That man came out. So when I came out, they got ahead of me. I came out and said, Ketchup was in my life, this and another, set me up and this and another. Nobody believed me because they had done got ahead and said we was undercover. Yeah, she right. We was undercover, and she finna go to jail for taxes and fraud. So yeah, they got ahead of me. They did that. That's why my family got retarded right now. Cause the feds got ahead of me and said she right. We involved. We gonna bust her ass, and she going to jail. We been undercover this whole time watching her and Ketchup, and it ain't Ketchup, it's her. So when I went to say it's Ketchup, no, it's not, Chris. They already done told us. So that's how the family was looking. When I first went and told Easter, they changed my social security card. Easter, look. They was already bought. They was ahead. They was moving way ahead of me. They know me. They know she gonna tell her. She gonna tell Easter, and she gonna call Sharon. So they went on ahead and blocked Sharon, in 2020. They went ahead and cut her out. They didn't want me getting no legal advice at all. Block her. Nah, you ain't gonna see it. You ain't gonna see her. We gonna move her out. And Easter, we gonna let you talk to her when it's convenient for us. I went and got on Easter knees. I promised to God in front of her. I got on my knees in the front of her and said, Easter, look at this Social Security card. I was in prison, girl. And it says my name with Ketchup's birthday. Easter looked right at me just like this, with her hands just like this in her lap, sitting on 1327 Window Lane in that gray couch that the law gave her from a rental store. Sat right there with her hands just like this, identical to this, looked straight over me and through me and said, Crystal, stop it, you're reaching. I said, they done bought him. Ain't nothing I can do with this. They done bought him. They done bought him. And so I said, okay, you're in this by yourself. And they laughed. They laugh. They laugh right now. They think it's hilarious. They call me Job. Because your whole, not Job, Joseph. They call me a man and they call me Joseph. Because they say your whole family sold you into slavery. They brag on that. So when Wanda be sitting up there talking about, don't tell me, don't text me, girl, the FBI don't know, you must don't know how they work. They tell you who moving against you because they want you to argue. They won't, like they Easter did what you did. They want us to separate now. They did that on purpose. They done used her all this week, all last week, all week before them 3 and 4 hour conversations. They was working. Trust me on that. They was working. We're building. They on the other end of that phone. She talking, keep talking, keep talking. Ask this question. That's what they doing. And when it's time, cut it. Argument, stage it. Go tell her this and do this. Come on out. And we gonna move you on out. $15,000. Go take your vacation. Go to Texas first. We gotta set her up on a drug run up there anyway. Get a hotel at Fairfield. We'll call you when you get there. Have a good time. Enjoy your trip. Yeah. That's how that works. And they tell the other person because they want you to fall apart with grief and frustration. They want that. That's how they work. Yeah, that's your sister. We own her. Yeah. Yeah, she working for us to set you up. Yeah, that's your sister. Yeah. She doing that. And your kids too. We got them all. They like that. They don't care. They don't. These are ultra rich white people that don't like trouble. And people like me that's talking about stuff that they know is true that they don't want to address. So when all this time I've been making reports, okay, we're going to tell her apart. Because in 2020 was the time I was originally supposed to be getting arrested. When they pulled Ketchup out in January, they had intentions on arresting me then. Didn't work. She got too much. She too bright. And it's too many holes in this right now. So whoever was making the calls said, no, not right now. We can't. She too smart. She got too much. And we got to take all that stuff away. She still got SD cards. She still got cameras. She still walking. She still talking. She still look believable. We got to break her on down some. So 2020, they came and gave me the message. Give us a little bit of time, and we gonna turn it off. And they did. It was 4 years after that that they finally got it all turned. Every accusation they took, they had to take each intricate detail, names, and make them something else. Everything that I used, they turned it. I call beans information, they call beans pills. I call them Pharaoh because I'm a slave. They call Pharaoh a person. They changed everything to make me look like I'm crazy. And then poisoned me with the intent to kill me off and to make me sick. And I just don't understand how the law can do that and nobody can make them stop. And then they say we not slaves. That's slavery though. Because everybody know I'm right. And nobody won't come talk to me. Nobody. There's poison in that food or in that. And I'm glad God stopped me from eating it while I was there. Because something had poison, either that soda or that. And they knew I was going to Kroger for something to drink, so maybe it's that soda. But something right there got poison in it. Oh, I went in Kroger and I hated that I had to leave my food. So maybe when I went in Kroger, they came and put it in my food. But something right there, because when I ate in there, I ate a little bit, but I didn't feel no kind of way. I did come out of that feeling with my mouth numb. I did feel that. And I was paying attention. I did start to feel drowsy. And I told myself, Lord, don't let me fall asleep in this car. So I said, I need to pay attention. And so God didn't let me fall asleep. But something in that food wasn't right, or even in that soda. But to put me in that kind of predicament is mind boggling and it is traumatizing. It's traumatizing because they know, everybody know and swear that they be really doing something. And I be asking all the time, please tell me what in Sam's green earth can you possibly be doing? Nothing but lying. They tell lies. It doesn't take this long to help me. This is a decision, a white man's decision to uphold the law or not. That's all it is to it. If he says we're upholding the law in this is done. Everybody's gonna pack their shit up and go home. All these people gonna move out of this house tomorrow, and that's the end of the day. That's not no. This not no investigation. This is a decision, and they want me to really sit up here and really think that they really is moving special ops. Stop it. Just stop it. Stop it. No such thing is going on. Stop it. This is an operation to put me in jail. And that's just all it is to it. And it's a man that has the decision to make on if they're going to allow it. Point blank, period. And I just don't understand why they feel like we have to keep going on with this instead of just making the arrest. So I wanted, I had this when I was in California, all of the agents that seen it, celebrities seen this in California because those feds are connected with on all different levels. So they gossip. And that's what I did it for. To get to that level that gossip would travel. So that would help me be alive. God was going to work in how he did, but he gave me that wisdom to don't talk, but say enough that you're going to have somebody interested in what you're saying, that they keeping you alive because you're connecting dots of truth for them so that they could hear. And that's what I did. I got to white men up there that had an interest, and it was helpful that I was attractive. And I used to bathe in the truck. So I had to take a bath. So they was showing up to watch bath time and to hear what I had to say. So I was smart. I have to take my bath in the truck, cover myself, wash my bottom, shave or whatever if I had to, do whatever I had to do. But at the same time, while I know they hear, I got to say what I got to say. And they used to play songs. I want to see it. I got to see. I want to see it. They used to play that. But to be talking about me taking my clothes off to take a bath. I want to see it. So I would use the time that I know I had their attention. They keeping me safe. I look, I see them. I'm over here by myself, but I see them right there. They right there. They behind me. These just visual. It's not even the ones that's not on this road. That's on the other street over there. So okay, they watching, and then they made a decision. You free here. Only people that you see bothering you is Georgia, but you free here. But there was no way to live free there if Georgia keep doing what they doing and nobody to make Georgia stop. So the harassment wasn't gonna stop. So they was trying. It probably could have worked if I stayed quiet, because Georgia was saying she just want attention, and South Carolina was looking and saying that them people was riding on that go kart every day with them hearing aid things on. They rode every day round in a circle listening. It became a message. When you see the go kart, know that we here and we listening and we watching. So the golf cart became a part of the narrative for my security. That only I knew what the golf cart meant, and even it came around in Georgia. They used to, when I seen the golf cart, then you know that's Daddy on the golf cart, and he's watching and he's listening. So that's what it was in Walmart parking lot at 12549. That black lady and that white man used to come out there, and they used to get on that golf cart and put them earpieces on and ride. And they used to tell me, they used to beat me and say talk. And so I would tell them what they was doing to me in the parking lot, because Walmart was trying to figure out if we finna make her get out of this parking lot, or if we are liable, or how far are we in this. Are we gonna be in a lawsuit? And Walmart decided we gonna get our own feds. Walmart hired private security on top of to watch the feds and to be involved in that, and to tell me that that don't make me have some level of brilliance to know that, and I don't know nothing. Shouldn't know that, and I know that. Walmart had private security on top of the feds that was already there, because Walmart was the people that this got all the way up to the lady that owned. There's 5 family members that own Walmart, or 6, but it got all the way up to the people that own Walmart, and tell me that ain't true. And that lady chimed in and sent a message back, because I said they don't look flashy. I was talking about her because I knew they had. I felt it. I felt her energy. I knew she was around. And I said, and Walmart is looking at y'all too. I hope y'all know that Walmart is not playing with y'all, because y'all not gonna sue them and bring no mass lawsuit on them. So Walmart got their own security. I hope y'all know that. And I said, and the lady is plain Jane and don't wear no makeup and don't wear this and ain't flashy and you wouldn't even know who she was. And she clapped back and said, and I don't want to, and I don't want to look like no Kardashian. That's what she said. Tell me that ain't true. And I heard all that. And they don't think that I have a gift. And I know that and can tell you when she said it. And she did. Cause I said, and she ain't flashy like the Kardashians, and she's clapped back and said, and I don't want to look like the Kardashians. They was listening because they was trying to figure out if they was gonna get sued and what to do to protect themselves in the situation. Because I told them that they in the store, and so they had security, they own to figure out what's going on here and whatever. So that happened. So I knew that if I keep talking, I'm going to get to the level that they're going to listen and they're going to do something. And they was, but nobody don't want to come out and blow themselves. So they just, we hear, we listening, we ain't going to let you go to jail. Then they told me the man in the other big truck, it was two Tonka trucks. There was another one on Euclid Avenue. A man that looked like he mixed with curly hair. He real tall and fine. And he was in a black truck and he told me, I'm coming to get you when this is over. Because they was looking at me as a paycheck. That is a ball of money right there. And if we go get her, we would be set. They already rich, but then we would be retarded rich with her. I would never have to work again. So they would, you know, they was looking at me like a paycheck. What, golly, she finna have all this money. Look at this right here that done came across, and she ain't scared. And white men find that attractive. She is still talking trash, and she don't know that these people are really planning to kill her, and she don't care. She's still talking. So they found that to be favorable. That, and then they seen God, and they said, okay, we gonna work with God, cause she's telling the truth, and we've seen her find these people, and we gonna stand behind her. So they was telling me, we're defending you. So when I used to say, and I'm gonna tell my daddy and this and the other, then they used to chime in and beep in. They did on June the 6th of 2022. They told me they was gonna defend me and defend the Constitution. I don't know why I came back here, because they haven't done that here. And he told me in June of 2022 that he was. I posted the video. And he said, beat back and chimed in and said he was going to defend the United States Constitution. That's what he told me. And I can't understand why. Then why am I at this level of gas and poison? Then where did he go? Because it's different kings for different things, and they don't run the same in their location. Every state got their own bureau. So I just feel like if I would go back to California and just be quiet, because Granddaddy was up there, and Granddaddy told me I was never going to jail in front of everybody. He didn't care nothing about them saying that what they heard, she got help. He didn't care. He came to Arrowhead Hospital outside and said in front of everybody, She ain't never going to jail. And they still kept on. It was quiet for about 2 days, and they said she gonna keep building, which they was right, cause they would do stuff to make me keep building, so that I wouldn't believe that I was free. So they would aggravate me with keep building stuff to keep me aggravated. But Granddaddy, which is the group, has said she's free and she ain't never going to jail ever. So, and they used to have all kinds of rich white men in California because that's where Hollywood is, and that's where all more money than Atlanta is, and they were connected, and I had talked my way all the way up to real money. Billionaires was looking at me. Politicians was looking at me. Politicians came to my job at Blaze Pizza. Every one of them came to look at me and evaluate me and to see, is she crazy? Is she retarded? What does she look like? Does she smell clean? Is she dirty? Is she cockeyed? Is she blind? Can she talk? Is she what? Go see her, because they know how these operations tell lies. So all of those rich white men was coming to analyze me. Banks was Fifth Third Bank came to analyze me. Wells Fargo came. Banks came to see me. Banks. Go look at her. They came. So I had to keep myself clean, neat, smelling good at all times. You don't never know. I don't never know who coming to size me up. And they was coming to see, is we got to fight with this. Can we win it? Is she smart? Does she look like she know what she talking about? Or do she look crazy? Nope, she clean. She got her hair done. She articulate. She smart. She makes sense. So that's why they kept telling me, keep talking green. Because all these people are listening to what you saying and what these people did. So keep talking. So I did. Then they told me, don't ever not talk green. That's the only way you're going to stay alive. So I did. So every idea that I had, I would go to the library and they would give me treats. They don't give me treats here for my live. California give me agents, Fed agents give me treats when I do lives. When I did that racetrack, that's a treat. And I did the Starbucks Museum, that's a treat. When I talked about Six Factor, that's a treat. They give me money to talk and to talk green because they was trying to motivate me to be quiet, classical conditioning. So they would give me treats. Somebody would be real nice to me that day on the bus or whatever. They would put uh they would when I get up in the morning at the hospitals, they would an example would be they would put a pack of donuts on the side or something, like to let me know you can get treats today. Or if I in the hospital, I would get up and start writing early in the morning, turn my music on and start writing. And they would be like, if I did good, they would play my music in the level they wanted me to go on. They would play. I would get up and play Too Good to Not Believe, and then might go into um, Tasha Cobb's Oh My God, and then they would avoid. I would call on them because they didn't want me to do no building, so we're not gonna play that. And then they would play something else. They would play all the good songs, and then when they play Take Me to the Water. Residue by Jason Nelson. They used to play that, and they when they play that, they know she gonna get in good mood, and we want her to go green. and she gonna be motivated, and she gonna get on the bus. And I used to put that on. When I put that on, I'm getting up and go walking. And they'd be like, good. She in a good mood. She green. And then they would put all stuff on my path all the way out the hospital. They would put, if they liked my racetrack idea, they put little race cars. They would put a race car, something in the parking lot. They might put a race car jacket. They might put some race car stuff on YouTube. And then somebody might say something on the bus or whatever, and act like they talking to somebody else. They'll do that. And then if they liked my Starbucks idea, then they would put all cups, like Starbucks trash cups. They would just sit them in different places, so I could keep my mind on Starbucks cups. If I said something about the phone, or said something about education, or like bringing money or something to the county, they would flash me about that. But they don't want to talk about nothing, no slavery. So whenever I used to do that, they used to stop the music. And I used to say, I might say something like, and this is, I might be green, and I'll be like, and so if you take Starbucks cups and you attach this to a charitable organization like slavery, and the music might be, oh, oh, oh my God, and I'll be like, and as you attach this man to slavery, and the music stops, and I'll be like, okay, they don't want to hear about that. They don't want to talk about slavery. Okay, so I would play it back, and then we play it back, and I start changing the subject, and they softly ding it. They changed my haptics. I don't have dings on my phone no more. They changed it. I only have soft pauses. They don't give me any dings anymore, because I built the dings in 2021 and told them, you do know that that's a form of hypnotization, and it's abuse. Do it now, girl. That's what it stands for. And so, and you're equating that with abuse, and 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 stuff that you're doing to my phone is equivalent to a hit. And when I built that for them, they whoever was doing it said, that girl is brilliant. Stop it. They changed my phone the same day. I don't have no more dings after that. I don't have dings. I have soft pauses. They changed my haptics. So, and that's when I knew they're actually listening, because they pay attention to everything that I say, if it makes sense. So, because I was letting them know, the lady on that did the movie Get Out, she hit that cup and it said ding, and it made that man, once she had programmed him, it changed his mind, because she was putting him in a state of trauma. So I said, every time you do that, and every time you put violence on my phone and you do that, or when you abuse me and you put threats and you don't do this and don't do that, you do know what that is, right? And God is protecting me, but you do know that means do it now, girl. That I'm under um, orders, slave operation. And they was like, oh no, we're not gonna do that no more. That actually makes sense. And she actually has a movie to back it up. No, we can't do it. So, and I started linking that to slavery, and then the black boy, and then how they was taking those people's minds, and then I linked that with the cloning. They was like, oh no, oh no, we have to change that. So they changed that. I don't have those no more. So they would, so that's why I like them. I don't ever want to really live my life without them. I really don't. I've done lived with them so long. If they was to leave me alone all the way around the board, I don't know what I would do, because I'm so used to indirectly talking to. Stop keep changing my phone. I'm gonna get upset. I don't know what I would do if I was not talking to them anymore, because I've taught them so much. and especially in 2020 when it was just a little bit of them and it was just Georgia and South Carolina. And now it's everybody. And so I don't I miss it when it was just a game between us. Um, when they thought they score and they would blow kisses, and then when they would say gotcha, and I'd be like, child, please, you grown as hell talking about gotcha. That don't sound gay. And then I would laugh, and then, you know, they would be who they are. Like, I will never forget when I was like, can I ask y'all a question, please? And that white man hit that button and said, what? That white man was in the truck. That junk was hilarious. I said, can I please ask y'all a question? And that white man said, what? And then after that, after it was that, it was after that it was what else was it? It was what else was it? It was who else? Trying to the white man in Victorville when they gave me 24 hours to get out of there. They nuts. But they gave me respect, so I ain't mind. It wasn't just no threat. They ain't just be like straight, get out of here, bitch. Nah, they was nice than that. They was just like, hey, so you got 24 hours, cause we don't play, and but we respect you, and we give you your crown. And they called me a man, though. They did, and they was like, but you got it, but you got 24 hours, and over here, and they did not want me there, and they put every possible sign in the world to let me know. But at the same time, they said, but you got it. You are Serena. And then they called me, someone called me the famous baseball player. And I woke up and they had both on. Somebody had put a tennis ball and somebody had a tennis racket. Because they say I'm both male and female, child. They done lost their minds. But either way, long as they know, they called me the best in the man was the baseball player, the black man that dealt with racism and overcame. And then they gave me Serena, Venus and Serena. And they had both movies. And they gave me both symbols. I should have kept them because they gave me it was a tennis, a baseball, and they had something of Venus and Serena's, maybe just a movie, but they had something of both of them in Victorville, and they told me but they was not nasty, but they let me know we don't play the radio over here. We don't tolerate blacks, and I understand. I can definitely appreciate it and appreciate the compliment. But yeah, they complimented me. Told me I won. I was the best, but we don't want you here. And I said, okay, no problem. And they definitely poisoned me. And I said, okay, I got the message. I am gone. And when I was leaving from over there, that white man messaged me and he said, on that radio, I will never forget it. And I just laughed my tail off. That man said, Crystal, we are nuts, ain't we? And I said, he on the radio. I just think they are little gods under Jesus, like Jesus, angels, and then the feds, like right there. And they messaged me. That man messaged me, and his white voice was on my radio, and that man said, "Crystal, we nuts, ain't we?" And I was like, yes. I'm so glad you know. Y'all are not wrapped too tight. Not wrapped at all. Not wrapped at all. But I love them because I love what they do. I love what they do. I don't like what they do, but I love what they do. I love investigations. I love getting to the solving real crimes, but I don't like how they do it. I don't, and I don't like how black people, how I don't like operations like this, and I don't like street justice either, and I don't like karma, and I don't like all them kind of games like they say I'm getting my karma. Karma for what? I ain't never been no bad person, so karma for what? If anything, they're getting their karma for setting people up. That's what they're getting to me. Cause they be like, he getting his karma. I think they're getting theirs. Cause they ain't never had nobody on this level before. And I know they haven't, cause God told me. They haven't. So I think I like them though, but I don't like what they did to me. I don't like what they doing to me right now. I don't want to live here, but I can't. I don't feel like I can move nowhere. I could probably have faith, but they don't really. I feel like when I be praying to God, they don't. They look to see what I'm praying for, and they want to block it. And I feel like if I pray and say, I bind you, evil spirit, in the name of Jesus, they're gonna say, "Oh, she's calling us evil spirits, terrorism." That's how I feel, because I feel like, how do you pray for the law? And I think that's God probably didn't want the slaves in that position, so I think that's why He told them, just obey your masters as unto the Lord, and He will defend you. And so I do think that a lot of this, I'm not going to say I brought it on myself, but I am going to say, sound like I just heard something outside. I'm not going to say that I bought it on myself, but I am going to say that I feel like I probably should have, I can't say, because had I stopped talking, I definitely wouldn't have made it this far. God anointed me to not be afraid because I had to get to where I am. Moses couldn't have went to talk to Pharaoh if he had fear, because the penalty was death for uh, that kind of opposition. But Moses came with power, so that's why I feel like they didn't kill me, because that girl got power with her, and they liked in California how I would link them causes up. They loved it. So they was wanting me to just stay green and link like that for us all day. And link this and link this. And what is this? But then some of them would be like, we don't see no specialness in it. We don't think you got no talent. But I felt like them was just the ones that wanted to be mean. Because nobody could say, if I didn't have none, even a black man came and told me at the bus stop on Foothill, that black man came and said, you got to be something serious for all of these people for one little girl. That was a real conversation, and a black man said that. You got to be, what is, everybody was looking at that. What is causing this kind of uproar? It is that one little girl. That's because they, when God called you, He gave you power, and He gave me power. So they liked that. They seen it. That's why the group said they wanted me, because they seen power. They told me, they sent me messages, physical messages. They came and put them on the truck. The man told me he's big power and you're little power. And he put two fists together, and that meant, and he drew it. They put it on a thing. It was painted, and it was a big fist and a little fist. And they called me the little fist. They told me that over and over again. They told me you're a little, you. They called me the little God. The man told me himself, it has been very hard for us to kill you. That was a real message, a real conversation. That man told me that to my face. It's been very hard. I was like, hard? Must just mean people been around a lot. He said it's not been very easy. So I think God just had people protecting me, because when I worked at Amazon, it was horrible. And they did used to delay me getting off sometimes if they thought that people was gonna be outside to get me. So they would delay. They held when they did in Huntington Beach, I will never forget it. These are the moments that I will never forget, that I want to be in my movie. Cause they used to say, she says stuff and forget what she say. So they told, I used to talk to them, get in the car, talk to them to ride. And they said, I said, if y'all just separate on the highway, right? And just let me, I said, and just make a way and just protect me until I show my evidence. And then if y'all say it ain't good, then I will turn myself in and y'all can arrest me or whatever. And I said, that's going to be a deal. I said, and then if I am right, then I win. And they soft paused. So they waited though and didn't do it right then. They did it like a couple of days later, and I was going down Huntington Beach and in that area somewhere, highway somewhere up in that area, and they did it. And that junk was so sexy. It was almost just like, in my mind anyway, it was almost just like Bruce Almighty when he separate them cars and he fly by in that fast car. It was almost like that. They pulled to the side. Everybody pulled to the side, and they let me come on down. And they were saying, "Go ahead, prove yourself." And so, because in September of 2021, when I first got up there, they said, "That's it. No, you're not. You done did too much. No." And then somebody said, I don't know who it was, I don't know what I said, but I said something, and everybody changed and was like, we not gonna kill her. And then so they told me they was helping me. That's when I went to Midas and they cleaned off my vents and they flooded the highway. They do some good work. They do some good work. They good agents do some good work. They had me, they put about 50 cars on the road around me to flood that traffic out so that I couldn't go fast, because they didn't know. They was watching the truck and watching everything, but they wanted to make sure it was nothing under the truck and nothing in the truck that could harm me, that could in that, because I had to eat. So at this time, they had to started the poison. I got poisoned at Taco Bell on Euclid in California, in Van Arden. That's where it was. That's the first time I got poisoned at Taco Bell, and they didn't know what she gonna eat, what she gonna drink. So they was like, uh, flood the highways. So they flooded the highways out, and every time I would get on there, it would be bumper to bumper traffic. But I never complained because I knew why they was doing it. They was doing it to help keep me safe and to keep people safe in the community. So they swarmed me out, and so when I got to over there to 12549, I was like, I'm tired of, I'm gonna stop driving. Just sit in the parking lot, might walk. I ain't really having money like that anyway. So I would sit over there and they would see me. And then if I was good and wrote good in my notes, they would come and say good things and play good songs and give me good messages on my phone. And they would say good stuff. And then when I wasn't, they would send messages too. The white lady came and said, "You're gonna keep talking." "Yes, you are. We're gonna keep shopping." "Yes, we is." And she was acting like she was talking to her baby, but she was talking to me. She had a little girl in the buggy. And she said, "You keep talking? You still talking?" "Yeah, we're gonna keep shopping then." "Yes, we are. Yes, we are." I said that much. They want me to shut up first. Wow, that's a level of trust. Then I'd be like, I don't know how to do that. Because then if I be quiet, how do you be quiet? Like, how do you be quiet in a situation like this? If I was to not talk and not write, see, that's what they call being quiet. They don't just call being quiet in the mouth. I could do that. They call being quiet not writing. They don't want me to write either. Why? Because they see what I write. They see everything I do. So that's why they don't want me to write. And I don't think that's fair. They don't want me to write at all. They don't want me to write nothing. Even some green stuff they don't want me to write. They hate when I talk about the phone. And I don't think that's fair. That's why I think this is such a controversial subject that it screams Hollywood movie. Did you hear about that story with that black girl in the notebook? Yes, that girl wrote all the way up to Washington. Washington, not by me. That is when I think of somebody in the White House has discussed you. Oh, girl, you're in trouble. And then I'd be like, but they know. They know. They know that it's a good cause. White people do like good causes, and this is one because they look at it and say she's right because this is a good controversial subject, and they ain't supposed to be doing stuff misconduct. See, what's gonna help me win this is that white man named Tom that that is a Fed because he believes in everything about our system and he knows that our system needs work and that he believes and will die defending his country. And it's going to take a white man with strong values like that don't back down, that ain't afraid. And the only white person I can think of like that I can compare this to in Hollywood is, first of all, our president, Donald Trump. I think he exemplifies that. When that man got his mind made up, you can't back him down. And he ain't scared of nothing. He's not. And another one that I could think of is that's like that got that personality is Kevin Costner. And another one I could think of is um, the man that got that show that helped them, John Leno. But he ain't in politics. But people with personalities like that I'm gonna do what I gotta do. I believe in this. Where is the problem? Did she commit a crime or not? And once they answer them questions, they gonna okay. Well, then this is easy. Then this what we gonna do. And then you need somebody. I need somebody like that. A white man that is not for the BS. That's married, got kids. I'm not doing any of this. I'm not gonna play on the phone. I'm not gonna get into all of that. I'm not gonna send no messages. I'm not gonna get all up in that hoopla. I'm gonna sit here and watch this, and I'm gonna watch her, and I'm gonna see how far this is gonna go on. And that's where this is. And I believe wholeheartedly that I found several, many of those in women too. I needed a man of that. I needed a female version of that, and I needed the black woman that's gonna sit there and keep it all going in the gossip room, so that it would keep me, it would keep agents motivated, and I found that in the South in California at the library, and I found her, and they she was in watching it, because they was watching, the library was watching when I was online. They was watching everything that I did, and so when I would go on there and do stuff on the computer, they was writing, because they was like, she go to that computer and write. That's why them feds didn't want me writing my notes on there, because everybody was looking. So they was looking at, she finna go to that computer. So when I go to the computer, everybody was looking, and they was like, "What is she writing?" When they seen that I was writing a civil action for what they had did, they was watching out. They was watching out. They wasn't turning my computer off and not giving me time, and not then they was helping me print. They was helping me, paying for the prints, letting me print for free. Doing that, they was helping because they was reading, and she's not crazy. They was reading the complaint. They was reading my notes. They was reading how I came in there and acted. They seen I wasn't no troublemaker. She ain't acting up. She ain't retarded. And so I would go in there. I knew they was that white man was reading my stuff on the computer, and I would write, this person is bothering me next to me, and that he doing this and he doing that, and watch, they finna come in here and act like I'm being unruly and I'm messing up and I'm tearing up the library and stuff, and I'm not doing nothing wrong, and they keep harassing me and doing this, and they was watching to see if this happened, so they started looking out. They started paying attention. She ain't lying, because we watch her. She come in here, she be clean, and she go sit somewhere. She don't be talking to herself. She ain't doing nothing wrong. She ain't making no noises up in here. And so, and she ain't making a problem for us. But then at the same time, they started, some of them, you know what I'm saying, just depends on where I went. When I went to Paul C. Blaine, it was all right. When I went to Archibald, nope, nope, aggravate. They told me I owed for a book, and then put me in the teen section and said you could use the computers over there. If I can use the computers in the teen section, I can use the computers in the grown people section. The hell is the difference? Because they wanted to be funny. So when I said something about that, that same white man chimed in on that. You right? When I was right, I was right, and he didn't care about letting me know when I did right, but he didn't get in there making no messages, and he's not coming out with no tags, and he's not wearing no t-shirts and all that other stuff. But when I did right, yep, you can get a soft pause. That's not misconduct. You can get that. When I do something right, you just, you know, get a thumbs up every now and again, but no, it won't be no, you know, sending out no messages and driving with stuff on the car and changing YouTube. No, mm-mm. Real ones ain't gonna do none of that. They gonna follow this out because they trying to think of We know she loved the Lord. We know that. We know she is nothing that we say. So then we know that if we keep her motivated, then it'll work. Because the ones that believe in God know how to. They tell me to stay in that. Keep your music on. Keep this on. Keep praying. So I have talked my tail off. It's 2:30 in the morning. I done been home since 10. No, I done been home since 9. And I done been talking all this time. I gotta pee. Oh, hold on 1 second. I'll be right back. Okay. So let me do this. I got my phone recording. I got this on. So I gotta make my bed up tomorrow. It's Sunday. I should go to church. So I think what I'm gonna do now is make up my bed. I have to get my priorities in order. Can't just talk to daddy all night. Turn on some TV, some television. All right. Can we want
Middle-aged influencer's secret to getting her teenage body back. What's your go-to breakfast?
Lava bagel and cream cheese.
Yum. Okay, so I actually follow you, and when I found out how old you are, I was shocked.
Thank you.
Very young.
Yeah.
So I was thinking for a salad person.
So actually, raw veggies make me feel super bloated, and I can't digest them.
What? That's crazy. So then how do you actually stay in shape?
This might sound kind of funny, but I just fixed my gut.
Wait, you fixed your gut? How do you do that?
Okay, so I was scrolling on Instagram, and I came across this Hollywood actress. She's 45, and she looks like this.
Wow, that's amazing. She looks incredible.
So it turns out she does one simple dance every morning, and now I do too.
Okay, I have to know her secret.
Well, she actually made a video about it. Hold on, let me show you.
Wait, so how do you eat all that fruit and not get bloated? Bloating isn't a food problem. It's a sign you're backed up. The crazy thing is people don't always know that they're backed up.
Really?
Our digestive tract is over 30 feet long, so some people could be living with pounds of just like old crap just sitting in their throat.
What?
I know, it's gross. Yeah, and that can lead to all kinds of problems like slow metabolism, weight gain, brain fog, low energy. It's terrible.
So what are you supposed to do about it?
So what I do, it isn't mainstream, and you probably haven't even heard of it because there's a lot of noise out there about gut health. But I spent years collaborating and researching with my friend Dr. Littman, and then we did a deep dive into the science behind why some people can eat foods they love and not seem to get bloated or gain weight. And we discovered something busy your schedule might be, there's one very simple thing you can do at home each morning that can help you feel like a brand new person by this time next week. It doesn't require any special diet, pill, or workout program. In fact, it just requires a few seconds every morning, and once I tell you my story, you'll understand exactly what it is.
My name is Maggie Q, and I've been working at Priest for over 20 years. You may recognize me from shows like Nikita or Dinner Game Survivor, or films like Mission Impossible and last year's The Protege, Sam Jackson. But while I often play but dynamic characters on screen, for a long time my body was actually a total mess.
From the time I was in my 20s, I pretty much felt like crap every day. And it made no sense because I'd always been a healthy eater. I trained and exercised regularly and took all the vitamins I thought that I was supposed to. And yet, my face was always puffy like in here. I felt heavy and uncomfortable in my stomach. I had these awful dark circles under my eyes that made me look about 10 years older, which, fun. And I couldn't even go to the bathroom regularly, sometimes for days on end. But the worst part was the constant fatigue and exhaustion. I mean, I was tired all the time. My mind, my body, sluggish, I was foggy, I felt moody and anxious and irritable. It was awful. But the weird is no doctor could help me because technically I wasn't sick, they would say. So they'd always just tell me to eat better or get more sleep, all of which I was already doing. And some even told me the way I felt was normal and I should just get used to it. So eventually I decided to try some treatment. And as I started doing this one simple thing, I actually feel healthier, lighter, and more energetic than ever. My tummy was even flatter than it was 10 years ago, and it all took one tiny tweak to my morning routine. So whether your goals are to be more active, feel better in your clothes, increase your productivity, feel happier, healthier, and more comfortable in your body, or just have more energy to do the things you love, I know it can work for you too. Because after attending dozens of health conferences, poring over countless medical studies, and speaking to people from all over the world, I've seen what it can do for others firsthand. Their energy rapidly starts to return, excess weight starts to melt away, and it's done wonders for people's bellies. You can even expect to feel other surprising changes in your mood. Most people go through life without experiencing what true health really feels like. I really just want to shake people and say it doesn't have to be this way. You don't have to accept with age come pain or bloating or weight gain or losing your mind as you get older. That's not even remotely true. It's just so few of us actually know how to make our bodies work. It wasn't until a few years ago when I met internationally renowned Dr. Frank Lipman, I learned all my symptoms were linked to one system in my body, my gut. Apparently, it's the thing I had in common with almost all of his patients. What I soon learned is with just a few tweaks to my morning routine, it's actually one of the easiest systems to repair. So today, I'm going to show you a few simple ways you can do that at home. But in just a few minutes, I'm going to reveal how Dr. Lipman and I were able to make that process effortless so that people of all ages can experience peak health every single day in no time. But before we get into all that, that's what I read up to. First thing we thought was about women.
In this day and age, we're exposed to so many more chemicals than we've ever been exposed to before. And that puts a load on the liver because the liver is your primary organ that takes these chemicals, breaks them down, and then excretes them.
Before you go spending your money on expensive juice cleanse or one of these liver detox formulas, juice fast to deprive your body of nutrients naturally normal target. And store-bought juices, of course, are often full of cheap chemical additives that can be harmful to your health. So if you want to fuel your liver the right way, the first thing I recommend is taking some milk thistle extract every morning with a glass of room temperature lemon water. Milk thistle is naturally high in a compound called psyllium, which supports your liver and helps keep those harmful compounds from slowing it down. Lemon water flushes your liver so that every day you have a renewed liver first thing in the morning. But keep in mind, even if you regularly take milk thistle, there's still one more liver stressor you need to target, and that's sugar. But listen, I'm not about to tell you to just quit eating sugar. See, even though sugar is really, really hard to avoid, there are ways to help teach your body how to get rid of it faster before it has time to sit around in your system and cause damage. So to combat this issue, I had to couple my milk thistle with something called Genema sylvester extract. And let me tell you, this all-natural sugar destroyer is really extraordinary. Because not only does it help minimize the damaging effects of sugar that's already in your system, it's actually shown to dramatically reduce cravings for sweets and other junk food as well. But here's the catch. While you can technically order cheap diluted versions of this extract online, good Genema sylvester is really hard to come by. So I am going to show you a much easier way to get the same sugar neutralizing effects at home. But first, let's get the most awkward part of my story out of the way. Shall we? Going number 2. And I know, poop isn't exactly something most people like to
things inside are working like they're supposed to. When I wake up in the morning and I sit down on the toilet and everything just comes out easily, perfectly, I feel light, I feel energized. It's that feeling that you can't really replicate. When that's smooth and that works well, everything works well. But that wasn't always the case. I used to go for 2, 3, even 4 days without even having a bowel movement. When until I met Dr. Littman, I had no idea that it was also taking a serious toll on my overall health.
If you're not pooping properly, it can cause all sorts of problems.
It's the number one way to detox your system. It's just like taking your trash out of your kitchen. If your trash is full, it's going to start to smell. A lot of people who are backed up, they're bloated, they have gas. It's your body's way of telling you that something's not right in the gut. Everything from body aches, fatigue, hormonal imbalances, dull skin, premature wrinkles, and breakouts have been scientifically linked to poor digestion. Not to mention, our gut controls 70% of our immune system. So if you frequently get sick or feel run down all the time, or even look run down like I used to, that's something you can blame on your digestion as well. Which brings me to probiotics. Our bodies are essentially made up of 2 types of bacteria. There's the good kind, which work to help keep you healthy and vital, and the bad kind, which ultimately want to wreak havoc throughout your entire body. So needless to say, taking a probiotic supplement to help counteract these bad guys isn't just beneficial, it's essential. But here's the problem. Probiotic bacteria are fueled by a family of nutrients called prebiotics. In fact, they literally can't survive without them. But since prebiotics are most abundant in things like broccoli stalks, asparagus stalks, and dandelions, which aren't exactly appetizing, the vast majority of us don't get nearly enough of them in our diet. So we can take as many probiotics as we want, but they usually just end up starving before we ever get to experience their full effect. But here's the good news. If you don't feel like gorging on broccoli stalks and dandelions, you can actually get phenomenal results by simply pairing your probiotics with a good prebiotic supplement. That's what I did. And just like that, my energy skyrocketed. Even after heavy meals or in the middle of the day, I felt light and energized. The areas under my eyes looked hydrated and radiant. My skin was glowing, and inside, I felt like I could really evolve. And because I was finally starting each and every day with a healthy bowel movement, I felt significantly better on my feet. In fact, I could go multiple times a day when I needed to, which was great because it meant I could treat myself to a heavy meal without worrying about it sitting in my system. And you want to know something really weird? My newly balanced digestive system even put me in a better mood.
When I go to bed in the morning, I can have a really good day. First of all, there's no anxiety about what's going to happen. If I'm eliminating properly all day long, I'll be able to wake up extra early, take my dogs out, go on a run, make my juices, get to work on time, have my 12 to 16-hour day, get home, sleep enough sleep, and wake up the next day to do it all over again.
So now that my gut was finally working like it's supposed to, those happy chemicals were flowing more freely than ever, which is cool, right? Of course, my upbeat mood wasn't solely due to the pre and probiotics I was taking. It was also because Dr. Littman taught me how to make my body virtually impervious to stress. We've all heard about the dangers of stress, from what it does to our muscles and our bats, to how it can affect our brains and hearts. So we know that reducing the effects of stress on the body is essential. And while yoga and meditation are a great solution for people who have time, there's an even simpler solution you can turn to: adaptogens. Adaptogens are special plants that help regulate your body's stress levels by supporting your adrenal system, which is where those powerful hormones are produced in the first place. So after popping some Janema leaf and milk thistle for my liver and taking a pre and probiotic for my gut, I would finish up my morning with 3 more substances: astragalus root, rhodiola extract, and a compound called diindolylmethane, or DIM, which are among the most powerful adaptogens found in nature. And for a long time, life was great. For the first time since I was a kid, I started feeling like I was at my peak every single day. I mean, I practically felt like Superman. But since I was over 35 at this point, my metabolism was going to slow down, no matter what I did. And I certainly wasn't about to resort to weight loss pills and other tricky, risky tactics as I got older. I'd seen far too many people mindlessly destroy their health in that way. So I began looking for alternative solutions, and that's when I stumbled upon a rather odd-looking green fruit known as bitter melon. Now, bitter melon is typically found in Southeast Asia, where its ability to help people stay lean and slender has been celebrated for centuries. But after doing some research, I realized there's actually a lot of science to back it up. For one, I found numerous studies confirming bitter melon's stimulating effect on metabolism. And what's more is it's even been shown to naturally help decrease deep fat, or commonly known as belly fat, which, as we all know, is the hardest type of fat to shed, as you will later. And here's what really blew me away. Not only can bitter melon help you achieve a slim, youthful figure, but according to Dr. Littman, it can actually make you feel significantly younger overall. See, there are 4 nutrient compounds that have been shown to help your body defend itself against cellular damage better than virtually any other vitamin or antioxidant. So in addition to trimming your waistline, this incredible extract can help your entire body feel younger and more age-resistant at the same time.
time. And that was when I remembered something else Dr. Whitman mentioned. Dietary nutrients work best when they come from a single source, because this allows them to derive added strength from one another inside your system. Which meant, if we were going to combine all the nutrients I've been studying into one formula, not only would it make them easier to take every morning, it would actually make them more effective. And best of all, I'd be able to share this concoction with others so people all around the world could enjoy increased energy, effortless weight management, a calmer mood, and finally experience what true health feels like. Lighter, more effortless digestion, fewer sick days and headaches, healthier skin, increased flexibility, and a renewed sense of youthfulness and vitality, all in just one simple step. Of course, I knew it wouldn't be easy, but given how life-changing a solution like this could be and how many people it could potentially help, I had to give it a shot. So I began studying different ingredients and poring over scientific clinical trial data. I even began traveling to various health conferences around the country to learn all about the latest discoveries. And once I finally had some time in between movie projects, I partnered with an all-star team of scientists to help me perfect my formula. And let me tell you, it was an intense process. But after nearly a year of meticulous testing and research, we developed something truly groundbreaking. It's called Morning Complete.
Morning Complete is a proprietary formula made to give your body and your gut bacteria everything it is starving for first thing in the day. It's a potent combination of nourishing prebiotics, powerful probiotics, and green superfoods, all in one place. These are the specific nutrients science now shows our bodies love in the morning, but we rarely eat at breakfast time.
It is one step, one scoop, and it is the way that I start my day every day. Each and every refreshing serving contains premium grade banana leaf extract and milk extract to help combat fatigue-inducing liver toxins and support healthy blood sugar levels. 10 unique strains of probiotic bacteria, plus naturally sourced prebiotic fibers to help transform your digestion. Bitter melon to help boost your metabolism, burn belly fat, and fight back against cellular aging. 3 powerful adaptogens to help combat the negative effects of stress and help you stay calm all day long. And just to give you an extra kick, we added a nutrient-rich blend of green superfoods and topped it off with a hearty dose of longevity-boosting turmeric for maximum cellular support.
Simply add 1 scoop into a glass of water each morning and stir. Or do what I do, put a scoop of Morning Complete in my water bottle, give it a shake, and go. I'm out the door every morning with everything I need for a healthy day.
Its targeted nutrients will rapidly work to help you enjoy a surge of natural all-day energy, so you can power through your to-do list and still have plenty of energy for all the foods you love. A trimmer waistline, an easier weight management, improved mood, clear and sharp thinking, freedom from bloating, constipation, and digestive discomfort, fewer sick days and headaches, reduced body stiffness, a renewed sense of youthfulness and vitality, plus healthier skin, a glowing complexion, and visibly reduced under eye circles so you can look as young and vibrant as you feel. Not to mention its soothing apple cinnamon taste makes it ridiculously easy to stick to your routine, because you'll actually find yourself craving it every morning. And here's something else I'm extremely proud of. Despite its high concentration of premium grade nutrients, Morning Complete is affordable on any budget. That's because my ingredient suppliers believe in the good this formula can do so wholeheartedly, they've agreed to provide me with its key components at a special rate. So while all of its nutrients are sourced from some of the world's best suppliers, which would normally post retail value at upwards of $23 per one, I'm able to offer Morning Complete at a price of just $79 per jar. However, since you took the time to let me share my story with you today, I'd like to return the favor. So when you click the order button below, you won't have to pay the standard $79. In fact, you won't have to pay anywhere near that. Because by ordering directly through this video, you can get a full 30-day supply of Morning Complete for just $49. That's a whole month's worth of great mornings and even better days for less than $1.75 a day. And if you'd like to save even more money, you're luck, because today I'm offering an even bigger discount on multi-jar orders. Why? Because I know that once you experience all the life-changing effects of this formula, you're not going to want to give it up.
Our frequent launches are most popular Morning Complete package. Longtime users love the minus 3% savings, and most of all, they love having a couple jars unreserved, just like this.
Plus, by stocking it now, you'll be able to share the gift of complete wellness with your whole family. In fact, nearly all of our customers end up doing this, and it's perfectly safe because Morning Complete is uniquely formulated to work for men and women of all ages. And here's the best part. No matter how many jars you order, they'll all be protected by my 90-day satisfaction promise. That means you can try Morning Complete absolutely risk-free for 3 whole months. See how you feel. And if it doesn't deliver the results you hope for, then you can do nothing for any other reason whatsoever. We'll let you return your jars for a full purchase price refund, no questions asked. Now, you may be thinking, how can I return something I've already ordered and used? So let me assure you that returning empty jars is not only allowed, it's encouraged. After all, I want you to fully experience everything this formula can do. So please feel free to use up as
much of your supply as you like during the trial period. And if you don't absolutely love the way you look after 90 days, I will gladly eat the purchase price. Because, and I really mean this, when it comes to your health, your appearance, and your ability to live each and every day to the fullest, you deserve exceptional results. Just click the button below to place your order and we'll start preparing it for delivery ready. Or, if you prefer to speak to a real-life person, to a call. Just call the number on your screen and let our friendly staff know you are calling to get your Morning Complete new customer offer. And they'll be happy to help you place a secure order by phone. Just think of all the things you can sell on because you just didn't have the energy to do them. Think of all the times you couldn't be a present for the people you love because you felt too icky or too stressed or too unhealthy or just too exhausted to give them your all. Think of the times you stood in front of the mirror wishing that you weren't so bloated and that you felt happier. The times your brain felt so foggy you couldn't think proactively or keep track of your to-do list. And even those times when your stomach just felt heavy or too full, too bloated to put on your favorite pair of jeans. Well, now's your chance to make new ones. Because with Morning Complete in your corner, you can look forward to a whole new world. So whether it's accomplishing new goals, going on exciting adventures, getting ahead professionally, being there for the people you love, and yes, even maybe turning a big head on you. So please, take this crucial step toward the life you've always wanted. Because I know if you believe this far, you're serious about your health and well-being. And trying Morning Complete today may just be the best gift you could possibly give yourself. And you know what? You deserve it. I'm excited to hear how well Morning Complete works for you. I know you'll be amazed to discover what it really means to feel your best. I'm Maggie Q, wishing you the best of health.
Do you have 15 days free beauty? See and cancel them all in one place with Experian. Download the app and see how much you can save.
Can we once and for all start working toward being completely free from increase of favors, and I will make your name famous and distinguished, and you will be a blessing, dispensing good to others. Isn't this sounding good? I mean, I think this is sounding pretty good. Abraham's kind of like, oh, this may work out really good. And I will bless those who bless you, who confer prosperity or happiness upon you. And I will curse him who curses or uses insolent language toward you. And in you will all the families of the earth be blessed. All right. So now God is ready to seal his covenant, his agreement with Abraham. And if we look at Genesis 17, just a few pages over, verses 9, beginning in verse 9. And God said to Abraham, as for you, you shall therefore keep my covenant, you and your descendants after you, throughout their generations. And this is my covenant which you shall keep between me and you and your posterity after you. Every male among you shall be circumcised goosebumps in church? Lord have mercy. You gotta get something in here tonight that you can take home with you, because the truth is you gotta go home. And I can't promise you that any of the ugliness at home is gonna look any better when you go back than it did when you left it. But I can promise you that you can be different. You can be different. Thank you. You know, in Genesis 12, when God was reading all that great stuff to Abram, oh, I'm gonna make your name famous, and you're gonna be rich, and you're gonna have this and do that, and you're gonna have favor, and you're gonna end up being a blessing to everybody. To me, it was kind of like if you go out and buy a puzzle. We always buy it based on the picture on the box. Come on. 6,000-piece puzzle. See, you're smart. You know where I'm going. And that, boy, that's really pretty. Awesome. So you take that dude home and you get your puzzle table out. Man. What have I done? So we start with the easy stuff. We get all the straight edge pieces.
Need a snack that satisfies? The Snack Heroes are here to punish things up with the baked flavor of Baby Bell. Baby Bell, joy your goodness.
The road to recovery is not an easy one. Let our family help your family.
Bamboo HR is easy for everyone because everything works together. Time tracking flows into Payroll, which shares data with benefits, which syncs with reporting, which lets you enhance your hiring, onboarding, retention, and so much more. Easy starts at bamboohr.com.
Come on, let's start with the easy stuff. Let's do the easy stuff. So you get all the straight edge pieces, and so now you have this outline. You still really don't have anything, but and then it's like there's like, I don't know, 1,000 blue pieces. 1,000 pieces of blue sky. And after about 3 weeks, you are so fed up with putting together blue sky. Come on, and we got some people here tonight, you are like fed up with blue sky, and you're like, you've had blue sky till you just like, I cannot do the same thing anymore, God, over and over and over and over and over and over again. So then maybe you go to green grass. There's 2,000 pieces of that. A dream comes to pass with much business and painful effort. That's Ecclesiastes, I'm not making it up. And painful effort. None of us have the time for me to stand here and tell you what it's taken to get from where I started to where I am. I don't have that much time left to live to tell you that. And nobody really knows but you and God. because you'll be judged and criticized, and people will not understand you, and people are going to be jealous of you, and they're going to be critical of you, and you're going to be disappointed. Sometimes you're going to be disappointed with God, and there's going to be all kinds of things that are not going to be fair as far as looking at them in the natural, and you just want a rainbow. But you keep getting a circumcision. And then, you know, just Abraham got circumcised. Everybody, all the men had to get circumcised. I don't think he was probably a very popular guy. And sometimes even the people that are going to work with you and be around you, help you in whatever God's called you to do, they got to all get circumcised. Because you know, sometimes you're just like, you're waiting and waiting and waiting and waiting. You're just like, God, I know I'm ready, I know I'm ready, I know I'm ready. And one time the Lord told me, he said, yeah, you are ready, but he said, all the people that you need to help you aren't, so you're going to have to be still and wait on them. You can't do it by yourself. And then, you know, there's those pieces that you just fed up with this thing, and so you're just like, that's going in there. I don't care if this fits or not. You know what I'm talking about. Amen. But let me tell you something. Sometimes there's those pieces in your life that just don't make any sense. And you can't find any place to put it. You can't find any place in the picture that you feel like God showed you, the picture on the box. You can't find anywhere to put that piece. It doesn't make sense. Why, God? Why? So you have to just set that piece aside and just pray over that piece. Ladies, we live life forward, but we understand it backward. We don't understand everything that happens to us, do we? But it will fit. Romans 8:28. But now here, listen. All things work together. Each thing may not be good, but when you get them all together, and see, we're still waiting, some of us, for some of the things to come together. Amen? But I just want to tell you from experience and what I know from the Word of God, and I know that people try to cheer you up with this stuff all the time, but I mean it with all sincerity. God is faithful, and what you don't understand now, you may understand later, you may never understand it, but just because something hurts, that doesn't mean that it's bad. And just because something hurts, that doesn't mean that it's not God. The Amplified Bible in Proverbs talks about sanctifying experiences that we have with God. There are things that we go through that may look like they're bad, but they've been sanctified by God for our spiritual growth and our character building and testing, the testing of our faith. Let me tell you something. We can shout and holler in church all we want to, but we don't know what we believe until it's tested. You don't know what you believe until it's tested. And those tests are important because they put the devil in his place and they give us confidence and they make us strong. They make us strong. You know, when we don't get what we want and somebody else gets what we want, ooh, honey. ways that God deals with us, believe it or not, is He will let somebody else get what we want and make us watch. And then tell us that we have to be happy for them. Now that's the killer right there. So I'll tell you a couple of stories to kind of get it into practicality for all of us. And this is so funny now when I think about it. Back in the 70s and 80s, boy, having a fur coat was like a big status symbol. And if you could march into the church with your fur coat and sit on the fur coat row, am I right? If you can come in and sit on the fur coat row with all the other fur coat, that proves that you know how to believe God for stuff. My faith is working. You see this fur coat? God, Lord help us. And Johnny, I'm believing God for a fur coat. I mean, I did the whole fourth dimension thing. I saw it in my eyes. I knew the color. I mean, the 4 laws of faith, I had it. I claimed it. I named it. I saw it. I believed over it. One day my doorbell rang and it was a girl that I loved with the love of the Lord. But I didn't like her. Matter of fact, she annoyed the living daylights out of me. I love you with the love of the Lord. Whatever that is, I'm still trying to figure out what that is. And she had this huge box. She was so excited. She said, "You are not going to believe what somebody gave me." In my house. She brought it to my house. My fur coat. Somebody gave her a fur coat. And she was not nearly as spiritual as me. I even tithed on my birthday money. I was so spiritual. I fasted till I almost died. I mean, you understand, I was Miss Ministry spiritual. Now, I honestly thought they had to deliver it to the wrong house because she lived next door to me. Well, I tell you what, when I saw that box, when I saw that coat, everything, I mean, I was mad at her, I was mad at God. I was just like jealousy and rage and resentment. Come on. Oh, praise the Lord. Oh, yeah, that's really pretty. Oh, yeah. I'm thinking, God, if you don't get her out of here, I am going to kill her. You have got to make her leave. Well, see, here's the thing. I'm like, oh, God, I want to go all over the world and preach the gospel to every creature. And I want to be like you, Jesus. And so the last thing I needed was a fur coat. That was the last thing on the earth, on the planet, that I needed. What I needed was circumcision and pruning. And I needed God to deal with me. And I needed to get rid of the jealousy. And I needed to get rid of the resentment. And I needed to have right motives.
Jergens Natural Glow Sun Drops. Just drop, mix with my lotion, and glow. The feel-good feeling of Jergens.
Mini marathon. Take 5 minutes back with a tasty Baby Bell snack and put creamy goodness on the calendar with Super Bell. Baby Bell, join the goodness.
Everyone should give their dog Fresh Pet. They're part of our family, so they deserve a quality meal too.
What if you can keep an eye on 2 rooms at the same time? Meet the Lorex 2K Indoor having one camera with double the view. Have a 360-degree view, and you can instantly call the owner from the camera. The 2K indoor dual lens. One camera, double the view.
Call us crazy, but we still believe in the American dream. Around here, we make the American dream of home possible. No matter how out of reach it may feel, or tough it may seem, because we know life happens. And through the ups and the downs, and the ups again, we're here every day, dreaming your American dream to you.
We want God to work on the outside, and He wants to work on the inside. And when the inside gets right, it'll make its way to the outside, and all of these things will be added unto you. Well, I had kind of a little epiphany the other day because I finally got a fur coat. Actually, more than one. I had people were giving me fur coats. I had, so I had fur coats, but I had the only one that I kept is in the basement, hanging in a closet, and people don't even wear them anymore. And and it was hanging kind of lopsided on the hanger, which made it look really pitiful. So the closet door in the basement was open where we keep some extra stuff, and I happened to see this fur coat hanging over in the corner, kind of sort of in the dark, kind of crooked on the hanger, and I thought, it's just like it brought back all the stupidity and the childishness of what I thought was important at that time. That was not important at all. But I had to live life to then look back and see how utterly ridiculous it was. Come on, give God a big praise. Well, see, the fur coat piece of the puzzle, when my friend got my fur coat, and she's not nearly as spiritual as me, I did not understand that. So I had to set it aside over there somewhere. And actually, I got it before, but if nothing else, last week when I looked in the closet, man, that piece went right into place. It was like, oh yeah, God, you gave it to her purposely, and you made me watch because you were after something in me that had to come out in order for me to be here where I'm at today. Come on now, you've asked God for a lot. Do you want it or not? I said you've asked God for a lot. Do you want it or not? Then it's not going to be all rainbow days for you. send him a generous offering to help pay for the overflow room he now has to build because his church is growing so rapidly. And everything in you is going, do you hate me? But when you obey God, when it hurts so bad you feel like you just cannot stand it. I said, when you obey God, when it hurts so bad that you feel like you just cannot stand it. That's when you become dangerous to the devil. Amen? And the pain doesn't last forever. I tell you, when I look back at what I went through, oh my God. I mean, I was abused by my dad, and so I had, you talk about dysfunction. I mean, I was the queen of dysfunction. And I even, well, it's too long of a story to try to get into, but when I look back at everything that I went through, and I am so happy now. I am so peaceful. I am so blessed. My kids are saved. My husband and I, Dave's over here, stand up, Dave. Dave and I have been married almost 50 years. Yay. Dave's been in a gazillion women's meetings. We've been married 48 and a half years. Man, I tell you, when him and I first got married, I mean, if you even tried to tell me anything, fire shot out of my eyes. And now I wouldn't be stretching it to say that I'm a submissive wife, would I? See? I am. Dave knows what I'm called to do, and he blesses me in doing it. It's obvious that, I'm a woman, but I'm not his teacher, I'm his wife. Amen? And that's where women get mixed up when they want to be used by God. They start thinking now they're everybody's teacher and everybody's boss because they're anointed now. Amen. One of the main reasons why our ministry has had such longevity and why we're being able to help so many people is because things are right behind the scenes at home, behind closed doors. Amen? What happens if you write your book and it sells 25,000 and a friend of yours writes one that you don't even like and it sells 1 million copies? Your friend gets the promotion at work that you wanted and believe you deserve. Your friend loses 30 pounds walking and drinking lots of water. I remember a girl telling me that one time. She lost a little weight, and I said, "Oh, how'd you lose weight?" She said, "I just started walking and drinking a lot of water." And I could starve for 4 months and lose 2 pounds. Well, she must just have a fast metabolism, and you feel like yours is in a coma. some stuff is. So that is a great benefit of living a while and getting a little bit older. Because then you can look back, and by then most of your puzzles put together. There might be a few pieces missing, but you got most of it. You're understanding most of it, you know. It's coming together. But boy, am I a lot smarter than I was when I was 42 and 50, and so many things that were so important to me then just don't mean anything to me now. Amen? We're either going to get down to God's business, or what's the point? And we're gonna have a turnaround, and instead of telling God what He's got to give us every day to keep us happy and saved, well, God, if I don't get a breakthrough, I just don't think I can hold on. What we're going to do is we're going to turn around and we're going to say, God, from now on, I want to know what you want. I just want to know what you want, and no matter what it costs, I want you to give me the grace to be obedient to you, because I love you. There's nobody like you, and I can do without a whole lot of other things. I can do without a man. I can do without a fur coat. I can do without a promotion. I don't have to sing in the choir, but I cannot do without you.
Okay, one more.
Robin,
I just got an online offer to sell this mom van to CarMax. It only took 2 minutes. I could get like a red coupe. I could get a black convertible. I could take those singing lessons that I've always wanted to take. I have a beautiful soprano voice. I could do pole dancing.
what?
I could do nothing. And at first time,
Mom,
I think that this is the new me, honey.
Ready to move on? Get a real offer in under 2 minutes. CarMax.
School's canceled.
In Georgia, snow days come with or without snow. And who has time to shop for natural gas? So sign up with G&G and get $100 off your first bill. Because these days, simple is just what you need.
We can shout and holler in church all we want to, but we don't know what we believe until it's tested. You don't know what you believe until it's tested. And those tests are important because they put the devil in his place, and they give us confidence. And they make us strong. How many of you have one of these tonight? Take your Bible and hold it up, okay? Or your phone or whatever it is you're using. I'm still trying to get used to everybody looking at their phone for a Bible. You know what? I'm a word person. The words in here changed my life. They've changed me. And they'll change you. The Word is the absolute truth of God. John 8 says, if you continue in my Word, you'll know the truth, and the truth will make you free. Amen? How many of you love the Word? How many have made your mind up you're going to stick with the Word no matter what? Amen. All right, why don't you be seated, and we're going to have some Word tonight. I think you already had a bunch of Word, but we're about to have a little bit more. Hey ladies, did you know that they have opened up a new store in New York City? Anybody heard about the new store in New York City? It's called the Husband Store. And you can go there and shop for a husband. There are 6 floors in this store. You can only visit each floor one time, though. And each floor you go up, the value increases. to the floor, but you can go up a floor, but you cannot go back down. So there was a woman who went to the husband store to find herself a husband. On the first floor, the sign on the door read, "These men have jobs." That sounded good. These men have jobs. Floor 2 says, "These men have jobs and love kids." Floor number 3 said, "These men have jobs, love kids, and are extremely good looking." Wow, she thought, this is sounding pretty good, but I'm compelled to go on to the next floor. Well, she does go to the 4th floor, and the sign reads, "These men have jobs, love kids, are drop dead, good looking, and they help with the housework." Oh, mercy me, she said, I can hardly stand it. Still, she said, I've got to go on. She went to the 5th floor. "These men have jobs, love kids, are drop dead, gorgeous, help with the housework, and have a very strong romantic streak." But she couldn't stand it. She decided she had to just find out what was on floor number 6. Floor number 6 said, "You are visitor 31,456. To this floor, there are no men on this floor. This floor exists solely as proof that women are impossible to please." Amen, 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 amen. All right. You want to do one more? You want one more little funny before I start? Maybe being not so funny, we'll see. 9 words that women use. And men need to really understand these words. The first one is fine. How many of you ladies can do it? Fine. Okay. This is the word that women use to end an argument when they're right and you need to shut up. Fine. 5 minutes. Now, if she's getting dressed, that means half an hour. 5 minutes is only really 5 minutes if you've just been given 5 more minutes to finish watching the game before you're supposed to help with housework. The next word, a very important word, nothing. What's wrong, honey? Nothing. This is the calm before the storm. This word nothing means something, and you should be on your toes. Arguments that begin with nothing almost always end with fine. Go ahead. This is a dare, not permission. Do not do it. A loud sigh. This is actually a word, but it is a nonverbal statement that is very often misunderstood by men. A loud sigh means that she thinks you're an idiot and wonders why she's wasting her time standing here arguing with you about nothing. For the meaning of nothing, refer back to number 3. Number 6. That's okay. That's okay. This is one of the most dangerous statements that a woman can make to a man. That okay means that she wants to think long and hard before deciding how you're going to pay for your mistake. Amen? Thanks. A woman is thanking you, don't question it, don't think, just say you're welcome. I do want to add in here a clause, though. This is true unless she says, thanks a lot. That is pure sarcasm, and she is not thanking you at all. Do not say, you're welcome. Because if you do, that will bring on a whatever. And whatever is a woman's way of saying, whatever happens, I will.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house, no matter what condition it's in. If you need to sell your house for any reason, scan the QR code you see on the screen right now with your smartphone, tap the link that comes up on the screen, and answer a few questions to see if my offer is right for you. We make the process of selling your house easy and simple. No commissions, no fees. We'll buy your house in as-is conditions, and you pick the code.
Good morning, world changers nation. Good morning. This is the day, you know it's coming, that the Lord hath made.
That's right.
We will rejoice and be exceedingly glad in it. It's another Friday and another end of the week. Boy, February just flew by, right?
It did.
It's gone. I think the last day is in Sunday, the 28th. The 28 days in February. And dude, we're in March next week.
Mm-hmm.
And we're just continuing to encourage you to take advantage of the access that God has given us. We have access to his blessings. We have access to his joy. We have access to his strength. And here's another thing we have access to. We have access to his rest. And you have to literally get him involved. A lot of times we get to moving and we fail to get God involved. In other words, whatever you're working on, you have to pause and ask yourself, have I acknowledged God in this? Have I gotten him involved in this? And we're believing God that World Changers Nation, it is constantly maturing spiritually in the Word of God, and that we're putting away childish things, and we're growing up in the things of God, and we're not allowing our lives to be emotionally ruled, but Word of God ruled and spiritually ruled. And I'm just really excited about your spiritual growth, that you're learning how to be the church outside of the building. Did you hear that? You're learning how to be the church outside of the building. So many people think that church is a sum total of the building. That's the gathering place for the church. And you're learning how to grow. You're learning how to grow in your emotions. You're learning how to apply the Word of God. You're learning patience, extraordinary patience. You're growing. The church outside of the building is growing, and that's what's going to hit the devil. It's like, when you take a mature church and put them back in the building, and then we put all of our anointings together, boy, I tell you, it is going to be a blessing. And so, Tap and I are here with you today. We want to encourage you today. And today we're going to really spend some time talking about wisdom, because everybody has been in a situation where you were facing something and you didn't know what to do. And so it's so important that we understand that there's wisdom that's been made available to us, and we can access that wisdom. You remember that word you shared on Sunday, I believe, the availability of access? Could you share some of that right now? Because a lot of people don't understand, if God's granted you access, and you don't take it, it ain't his fault. I mean, you have been given access to the blessings of God, and also to the wisdom of God. But how many of us as Christians will take advantage of the access that's been granted?
Mm-hmm. That's so true. And everything has been made available to us, and so in many instances, it's a matter of us really receiving it by faith and appropriating it in our lives, knowing that it's already been done, and we can go to the throne for whatever it is that we're in need of today. It's granted. It's freedom to come as we are. We don't have to, get fixed up or get made up and all of that. Thank God He just has favored us through Jesus that we can have that access and that we are righteous through what Jesus accomplished on our behalf, to just go before Him as we are and to receive whatever it is that we need. So whatever you're in need of today, this weekend, just know that you already have been given access to His presence. And thank God that we can take advantage of it for, grief, or maybe there's some loss that is taking place in your life, and you want to figure out how to navigate through certain things that have changed as a result of the pandemic. And so thank God that we have access to joy, to peace, the spirit of gladness, whatever it is that has been made available to us. So He's favoring us. His favor is available for you right now.
Wisdom, sometimes people confuse it. Wisdom is not knowledge. Wisdom is the ability to use knowledge. That's important, because you got people graduating from college, they have a lot of knowledge, but if you don't know how to use the knowledge, you're just walking around with a bunch of head knowledge and have no idea how to use it. And what I'm talking about is the wisdom that God gives will shine a light on the knowledge that you have obtained, and He'll show you what to do with it. And this is one of those things that you are rarely going to see somebody be successful in trying to do it on their own. And that's why it's so easy to equate wisdom and knowledge as the same. But the godly wisdom that comes from God, God can give you knowledge, but more important is the wisdom to know what to do with the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So many people have knowledge, but they don't have the wisdom to know what to do with it. And in a lot of cases in our lives, we need to know what to do. I mean, what do you do when there's an issue in your relationship and all of your knowledge is failing you? What do you do when there's an attack on your body and all of the knowledge of the medical field fails you? What do you do when there's lack in your life and all of your knowledge about provision fails you and you keep ending up in the same place? So we need to begin to pray and ask God for godly wisdom. How do I get out of this situation? How do I get out of this circumstance that maybe I created or self-inflicted? And God loves that. God loves when we come to Him and we lean on Him and we trust Him and we decide that we're going to access that wisdom. And I think what happens, I think that enemy to accessing the wisdom is self-preservation that says, I have knowledge, I don't need to ask God. I got 5 degrees, I don't need to go to God. Everybody's going to need to go to God. Everybody's going to find themselves one day kind of stuck at a crossroad. And only God knows what's down the street, around the corner, and behind the building. And He'll show you how to use your knowledge. He'll show you what to say and how to say what you say. I'll never forget when God spoke to me and told me, you need to learn the vocabulary of silence. I'm like, what in the world? And I said, here's what I said. That means be quiet. He said, you got it. Because, I thought, well, if I was at this particular meeting, and I thought, well, if I would go ahead and articulate my intellect on certain subjects that I would be able to obtain what I need to obtain. And God told me before I went in that meeting, He said, "You learn the vocabulary sound." I sat there the whole time. I didn't say nothing. And after the meeting was over with, the next day I received a phone call, and everything I wanted out of the meeting, I got. And I mean, God must have knew something, and he must have knew something. But He said, "Learn the vocabulary of silence." And I'm thinking, how in the world am I going to accomplish anything by being quiet? Well, when the Lord says that, then that's God showing you what to do.
Yes.
You know, and you get into pride and decide you're going to do something else. And I can't tell you how big of a blessing it has been for me
Mm-hmm.
to learn when to talk, when not to talk. And this is just an example.
And I was also thinking about one other situation that relates to wisdom. I remember you telling a story about your baby sister, your youngest sister, Angela,
Mhm.
and how Angela had a bug or cricket or something to go into her ear when she was younger.
Yeah, I remember that.
And
Yeah.
she was just screaming, right?
Yeah.
She knew that, this bug was in her ear, and then the Holy Spirit, you said, told you what to do in the midst of that, how to get it out. I think you said your mom was trying to, like, turn her upside down or try to get it out. Or,
Didn't know what to do. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
But the Holy Spirit told you to pour water in her ear and turn her ear back over to the side, and the cricket came out. And so even though there may be spiritual things that we can avail ourselves to with the wisdom of God, and but there are also very practical things in our everyday lives that we can appropriate. So I thought that situation was very interesting, that the Holy Spirit in the midst of that would tell you what to do. So, there may be all kinds of situations that you don't quite know what to do, but just believe God and trust God that He'll show you and give you the instructions on how to deal with the circumstances in your life.
And it was a lot of, that was like, it wasn't a calm situation. She was in pain
Wow.
and fear and I don't, in the natural, I don't know what to do. But I can remember in the middle of that situation, God, what do I do? What do I do? What do I do? And the Spirit of God spoke, go take it in the bathroom, pour some water in the ear, turn it over. And I did just that. And when I did it, my family was like, how'd you know to do that? And I'm like, I don't know. The God told me how to do it. I am just not that smart. The Lord told me. See, the wisdom of God will make you smart. I had no idea. I sat there when it happened, and I was like, wow. And I'm saying to myself, how did I know that would work? Well, that's God's wisdom, and He wants to do that for every one of us. I think God knows the wisdom to get you out of debt. I think God knows the wisdom to cause your business to be outstanding. I think God knows the wisdom to restore relationships. I think the key there, again, was what if I had not accessed the wisdom? What if I had not quickly paused in the middle of everything and said, my God, show me what to do? And I think that's a lot of times we miss out on God-given wisdom because we don't access it. Acknowledge me in all thy ways, and He will direct thy path.
Mm-hmm.
That's what this is about. And so now the question this morning is, are you acknowledging God, or are you going at it on your own? Because, well, I got experience, and I've been doing this for 95 years. Are you acknowledging God and giving him an opportunity to infuse with, so that you'll understand what to do when you don't know what to do? And that comes out of a relationship with God. That's why Christianity has got to be a relationship and not a religion. It's got to be the intimacy that's involved. And my prayer is that World Changers Nation, that you're growing and maturing in your relationship with God. I believe the real truth about maturity can be seen in your relationship with God. And I also believe that the real truth about your immaturity can be seen in the immaturity of your emotions. And I just think that there's a lot of amazing things that God wants you to see and wants you to know. And like me, you will have times where you just kind of freak out and say, wow, that worked. And you know, God is simple. God is easy. And God is not nearly as deep as some of us are. Just so deep about everything. He is so simple and so easy. And I like what this person just put up. He says, we got to get the ego out the way. And that is so true, that when that ego is in the way, it's self-preservation, trying to do on your own what God has already done and will provide the wisdom for you to carry it out. So we're going to talk a little bit more about that, and we're going to make some confessions, and we are going to do a prayer concerning wisdom. And we just want this Friday to be a Friday where you begin to access the wisdom of God. And so let's go ahead and get Psalms 91 equipped. And then when we get Psalms 91 equipped, we're going to make some confessions over worry and fear, because this could be a time where people are so open to worrying and getting into fear. But we're just not going to do it. You have to, again, access what's available besides worry and fear. And when you do that, you're going to find yourself in just an amazing position. So let's get Psalms 91 equipped in Jesus' name. Ready?
Ready. I declare
that
I dwell in the shelter
shelter
of the Most High God.
of the Most High God.
I declare that I find rest
I declare that I find rest
in the shadow of the Almighty.
in the shadow of the Almighty.
I declare that God is my refuge
I declare that God is my refuge
and my fortress.
and my fortress.
I declare that you are my God,
I declare that you are my God,
in whom I trust,
in whom I trust,
with great confidence, in whom I will rely.
with great confidence, in whom I will rely.
I declare
I declare
that God will rescue me from every trap
that God will rescue me from every trap
and protect me from every disease.
and protect me from every disease.
I am covered and protected
I am covered and protected
by his outstretched arms.
by his outstretched arms.
God's faithful promises are my armor
God's faithful promises are my armor
and my protection.
and my protection.
I'll not be afraid of the terrors of the night,
I'll not be afraid of the terrors of the night,
nor of the arrows that fly in the day.
nor of the arrows that fly in the day.
I'll not dread any disease
I'll not dread any disease
that stalks in darkness,
that stalks in darkness,
nor any disaster
nor any disaster
that strikes at midday.
that strikes at midday.
Because God is my refuge
Because God is my refuge
and the Almighty God of my home.
the Almighty God of my home.
No evil can befall me,
No evil can befall me.
and no plague can come near my dwelling.
No plague can come near my dwelling.
God has ordered his angels
God has ordered his angels
to guard,
to guard,
defend,
defend,
and protect me and my house.
protect me and my house.
God's armies of heavens
God's armies of heaven
will keep me from falling.
will keep me from falling.
I walk unharmed
I walk unharmed
and kick anything that is evil
and kick anything that is evil
from my path.
from my path.
Because of God's love for me,
Because of God's love for me,
I call upon him.
I call upon him.
He sets me above all my troubles,
He sets me above all my troubles,
delivering me from all my fears,
delivers me from all my fears,
honoring me with his presence and power.
honoring me with his presence and power.
He rewards me with long life
He rewards me with long life
and shows me his so great soterior.
and shows me his so great soteria.
Mm-hmm.
We're Psalm 91 equipped, and just, you know, we just accessed all of what we just said, our divine protection.
That's right.
We just accessed that. I mean, you've accessed angels.
Mm-hmm.
When you get Psalm 91 equipped, I'm telling you, you are equipped. And in some cases, throughout the day, whenever you are confronted with something, you just need to remind yourself, hold up, man, I am Psalm 91 equipped. This ain't working here today. Devil, you got the wrong number. This ain't happening right now, because, I've already declared, released my faith, and I believe I receive it in the name of Jesus. And man, I tell you what, God is faithful to his word. I was coming up steps this morning and I realized almost like 1 year coming up those steps, coming to this room, getting Psalms 91 equipped, and that I had the World Changes Nation. We've been doing this, and I just thank God. All is well. All is well. Come on, let's make these confessions. I am the body of Christ,
I am the body of Christ.
and Satan has no power over me.
Satan has no power over me,
For I overcome evil with good.
for I overcome evil with good.
I am of God,
I am of God,
and have overcome Satan.
and I have overcome Satan.
For greater is he that is in me
For greater is he that is in
than
me
he that is in the world.
than he that is in the world.
I will fear no evil,
I'll fear no evil,
for thou art with me.
for thou art with me.
Lord, your word
Lord, your word
and your spirit,
and your spirit,
they comfort me.
they comfort me.
I am far from oppression,
I am far from oppression,
and fear does not come near me.
and fear does not come near me.
No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
No weapon formed against me shall prosper.
For my righteousness of the Lord.
For my righteousness is of the Lord.
For whatever I do will prosper.
For whatever I do will prosper.
For I'm like a tree that's planted by the rivers of water.
For I'm like a tree planted by the rivers of water.
I am delivered from the evils of this present world,
I am delivered from the evils of this present world,
for it is the will of God.
for it's the will of God.
No evil will befall me,
No evil will befall me,
neither shall any plague come nigh my dwelling.
neither shall any plague come near my dwelling.
For the Lord has given his angels charge over me.
For the Lord has given his angels charge over me,
They keep me in all my ways.
and they keep me in all my ways.
And my pathway is life.
And in my pathway is life.
There is no death.
There is no death.
I'm a doer of the word of God,
I'm a doer of the word of God,
and I'm blessed in my deeds.
and I'm blessed in my deeds.
I am happy in those things which I do,
I'm happy in those things that I do,
because I'm a doer of the word of God.
because I am a doer of the word of God.
I take the shield of faith,
I take the shield of faith,
I quench every fiery dart
and I quench every fiery dart
that the wicked one brings against me.
that the wicked one brings against me.
Christ has redeemed me
Christ has redeemed me
from the curse of the law.
from the curse of the law.
Therefore I forbid any sickness
Therefore, I forbid any sickness
or disease
or disease
to come upon this body.
to come upon this body.
Every disease,
Every disease,
germ,
germ,
and every virus
and every virus
that touches my body
that touches my body
dies instantly
dies instantly
in the name of Jesus.
in the name of Jesus.
Every organ
Every organ,
and every tissue of my body
every tissue of my body
functions in the perfection
functions in the
to
perfection
which God created it to
to
function.
which God created it to function.
And I forbid any malfunction
And I forbid any
in
malfunction
my body
in my body
in the name of Jesus.
in the name of Jesus.
I am an overcomer.
I am an overcomer,
I overcome by the blood of the Lamb,
and I overcome by the blood of the Lamb
the word of my testimony.
and the word of my testimony.
I am submitted to God.
I am submitted to God.
The devil flees from me
The devil flees from me
because I resist him in the name of Jesus.
because I resist him in the name of Jesus.
The word of God
The word of God
is forever settled in heaven.
is forever settled in heaven.
Therefore,
Therefore,
I establish his word
I establish his word
upon this earth.
upon this earth.
Great is the peace of my children,
Great is the peace of my children,
for they are taught of the Lord.
for they are taught of the Lord.
In Jesus' name,
Jesus.
no worries, guys. No worries at all. Now, we've been talking about wisdom, so let's pray this prayer. If you'll join me with this prayer. The scripture that I'm using is James 1 and 5. And James 1 and 5 says, if any of you lack wisdom, here's what he says, let him ask of God. Will you ask God, God, give me wisdom? He says, if any man lack wisdom, let him ask of God, that giveth to all men liberally, and upbraideth not, and it shall be given to him. So God's trying to get it to you. God says, if you lack it, ask. And so, Lord, give me wisdom. Lord, give me wisdom
With my children, give me wisdom
with my finances.
in my finances,
Lord, give me wisdom on my job.
on my marriage.
Yeah, give me wisdom. And it's just, you would just be shocked of the number of people who choose worry over just simply doing what the scripture says. If you lack wisdom, ask God.
Mm-hmm.
And he says he will give it to you.
Now receive it.
Yeah. Ask him and then receive it. Amen. So let's pray this prayer. Repeat after me, Lord.
Lord,
Help me to come to you
help me to come to you
when I find myself lacking
when
answers
I find myself lacking answers
about situations
about situations
that need to be changed in my life.
that need to be changed in my life.
When I have done all I know to do
And I know I've done all I know to do
and don't know what else to do,
and don't know what else to do.
remind me
Remind me
that every
answer
that I need
that I need
resides in you.
resides in you.
Your wisdom holds the answers
Your wisdom holds the answers
I am looking for.
I'm looking for.
Therefore,
Therefore,
I am making the decision
I'm making the decision
to come to you now
to come to you now
so you can start speaking to me.
so you can start speaking to me.
I pray this in Jesus' name.
I pray this in Jesus' name.
Now let's make this confession about this wisdom. I boldly confess
I boldly confess
that I go to the Father when I need wisdom
that I go to the Father when I need wisdom
from above.
from above.
He has the answers
He has the answers
to all my problems.
to all my problems.
He is standing before me,
And He is standing before me,
ready to help.
ready to help.
God is on my side.
God is on my side.
He wants to help me.
He wants to help me.
He is waiting for me to come
He's waiting for me to come
into His presence
into His presence
so He can give me the wisdom
so He can give me the wisdom
I need
I need
to confront
to confront
and overcome
and overcome
every situation
every situation
I am facing right now.
I'm facing right now.
God wants me to succeed,
God wants me to succeed.
and His wisdom is what I need
And His wisdom is what I need
to achieve what is in my heart.
to achieve what's in my heart.
So rather than try to figure it all out
So rather than try to figure it all out
on my own,
on my own,
I run to the Father
I run to the Father
and I ask Him for wisdom.
and I ask Him for wisdom.
He is swift
He is swift
to give me the wisdom
to give me the wisdom
I need.
I need.
I declare this by faith.
I declare this by faith.
I have the wisdom of God.
I have the wisdom of God.
Amen.
Amen. Receive it right now. We receive that wisdom. We receive it. We lay hold of it by faith through grace.
And the Bible says that He has been made wisdom for us.
That's right.
And
You have those answers. Just think about the scripture that talks about how we have those answers on the inside of us. So every question, every problem that you're dealing with, those answers, when you spend time with God, those answers will be revealed. And the scripture talks about that. You know, if we have the solution, we have what we need within.
that's powerful because we have wisdom. I mean, the day you got born again, man, you're walking with the wisdom of God. And the difference between maybe you and somebody else is that you didn't access. That just keeps coming up. You fail to get Him involved and to access wisdom. And listen, don't fail to get God involved. Don't let that be the failure. You know, you may be in failure, but make sure that the next failure doesn't involve you not getting God to be involved in what you're doing. And so acknowledge Him, acknowledge Him. This is relationship. This is relationship. This is not church games. This is relationship. We're talking to you about a relationship. We're talking to you about the essence of the relationship that you have with God. And when you begin to walk this way and get God involved, you stand out. I mean, wisdom is a game changer in whatever you're doing. Wisdom is a game changer. And I'm talking about the wisdom of God. And again, I guarantee you go out into the world and you use the word wisdom, they will think you're talking about knowledge. And they will quickly acknowledge to you that they already have wisdom. And well, if you already have wisdom, then why are you where you are? And why you feel stuck? And why are you depressed? You know, ask God for the wisdom to not be depressed.
That's right.
Ask God for the wisdom to not be sad.
Mm-hmm.
Ask God for the wisdom to not complain. The wisdom's available. I mean, he's trying to just pour it all in the street
Yeah.
to see who. And here,
Principal thing.
yeah, here's the thing.
All you're getting.
You know, sometimes people who are not saved, they're accessing more wisdom. You know, people talking about, well, I had this dream last night, and now they became billionaire because they took hold of something like that. You gotta understand, God allows the rain to fall on the just and the unjust.
Yeah. He says we'll be wise. Wise. We shouldn't be less wise in the body of Christ
Oh,
with everything.
absolutely
Wise
not.
as doves, you know, and just
Yeah.
tapping into the ability to know how to solve problems at work. You may have a project or something you're working on. You're like, Lord, I don't know how to turn this in. I don't even know the first step to do. He knows how to do it.
But you can't be lazy and just kind of sit back and just, satisfied with average. You know, a man who makes an excuse will always remain average. you find yourself walking around making excuses, I guarantee you, you will always remain average. But if you want to live life in the over and the above in everything that you do, then, you know, I really feel what you just said. It's like, why is it that the world accesses more wisdom than the very body of Christ? And he's been made wisdom from you. And what is that? I mean, the body of Christ, we broke, we disgusted, we mad, we're broken, we're all this kind of stuff, and we have the wisdom of God. We have the wisdom of God. Somebody says, well, answer, we fail to access it. We don't acknowledge. We don't get it involved because somehow, some way, religion's convinced you, well, you know, God helps those who helps themselves. God, that's nowhere in the Bible. It is nowhere in the Bible. Benjamin Franklin said that. God will help those who need help. And when you know you need help, and you're constantly acknowledging God and getting him involved in those areas of your life. Amen. Well, hey guys, we are so excited about this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
And if you have not looked at and joined us for Sunday services, I started a new series on servanthood,
That's right.
the path to success.
Mm-hmm.
And I am so excited about getting into part 2 of that. And by the way, if you missed Wednesday's Bible study, you know, we talked about the 12 steps to change. It'll come on right after this confession. So, hey, have a great weekend. You know, be safe.
That's right.
You know,
Wear your mask,
wear your
social
mask,
distance.
social distance, eat well, do things that'll enhance your immunity, be happy,
That's right.
and everything's gonna be all right. Everything's gonna be all right.
Love
Amen.
you.
Love you guys so much. Have an amazing day.
I have prepared a Thomas's breakfast for you to savour together.
Thanks, Tom. Hey, are English muffins from England?
Heavens no. From the country.
Are you from England?
Nay, I am also from the country. Huzzah! A toast to breakfast.
The road to recovery is not an easy one. Let our family help your family.
Hey, happy Wednesday, everybody. Today, I really want to express my condolences to each family that has had a loved one to die because of the coronaviruses or pre-existing medical conditions or whatever it may be. Kathy and I wanted to say that we love you and we thank God for you. But we also wanted to encourage you to still believe that God is a healer, and that maybe some of you who are going through physically right now, you're being challenged in your physical body, you're being challenged in your health, and we wanted to feed you with some word and scripture today that will really make a mark in your life that cannot be erased. I want to take you into a teaching that I did on how to take possession of your healing. I did it right here in the World Dome, and it was really just so practical that you could really sit down and say, okay, I know I need to do these 10 things in order to take possession of my healing. And so I welcome you in this session today. It's going to be a blessing to you. Get your notes, call a friend or a family member of somebody that might be going through this right now, and have them to listen with great intensity. I believe this is going to do a lot in your life, for your life, and we believe, God, that with His stripes you were healed. Let's go to the teaching right now, and I'll see you right after this. Father, we thank you for this another opportunity to minister to these, your precious sheep. Thank you, Lord, that revelation knowledge will flow freely, uninterrupted and unhindered by any satanic or demonic force. And Father, I pray that you will speak through my vocal cords and think through my mind. None of me and all of you. It's in Jesus' name we pray. And everybody said, amen.
Well, let's begin this morning in the book of Galatians chapter 2 and verse 16 and 20 and 21 in the New Living Translation. We've been talking about 10 ways to respond to the finished works of Jesus. 10 ways to respond to grace. 10 ways to respond to what grace has already made available for us all. And, you know, one of the things that I've been trying to just really get into your thinking is if Jesus has already done a thing, then you shouldn't be trying to do a thing because it's already done. If Jesus has already healed you, if Jesus has already made you righteous, if Jesus has already made you whole, if Jesus has already done it, then as Christian people, we should not be trying to do what's already done. I use for an illustration. If I were to come out here and say to you, sit down, and you've already been seated, and I continue to insist, sit down, and you've already been seated, eventually you're going to start questioning my mental health. Well, somehow we keep doing that where God is concerned. You know, God delivered me. He said, we did that. God healed me. We did that. God make me righteous. We did that. And so as Christian people, we cannot find ourselves doing what Jesus has already done. And we've got to get to the point where we can receive by faith, it's finished. Receive by faith, it's already done. And so then faith will take possession of what has already been done rather than you coming up with some kind of religious activity to try to get it done. And so in light of that, the series is about teaching you how to respond to what's already done. In other words, what does it look like then? If I'm not doing something to get it done because it's already done, what does faith look like responding to something that's already done? That's what faith is. It is a positive response to what has already been made available. But how does that look? Practically, how does that look? What does it look like for me to respond to what Jesus has already done? So we begin here in Galatians 2:16. Let's read it out loud together. Galatians 2:16, ready, read. Yet we know that a person is made right with God by faith in Jesus Christ and not by obeying the law. Stop. That is so radical, right? Because most of us, all of our lives, we've gone to church and we have heard you got to obey the law in order to be right with God. And you're not right with God if you do that or you don't do that. And the scripture says you're not made right with God by obeying the law. You're made right with God by your faith in Jesus Christ. Your faith in Jesus Christ and your faith in the finished works of Jesus Christ and your faith in what Jesus has already made available. That's how you're made right with God. Now, we are not justifying bad behavior. You have to say that because that's what people begin to think about. But what he says is if you'll have faith in what Jesus has already done, then, you know, that's when you're made right with God. You're not made right with God by keeping the law. That's so radical. You know what would happen if your mama saw this scripture? All right. Now watch this. He said, and we have believed in Christ Jesus so that we might be made right with God because of our faith in Christ. So we're made right with God because we believe what Jesus did. We believe that through the blood and through the body of Jesus Christ, we've been delivered. We've been made right with God. We've been made the righteousness of God, not based on what we do, but based on what he did and our faith in what he did. And the rest of the scripture, he says, not because we've obeyed the law, for no one will ever be made right with God by obeying the law. I mean to tell you that goes against everything I heard growing up. No one will ever be made right with God by obeying the law. The only way you can be made right with God is by believing and trusting in what Jesus has done for you and your faith to appropriate or to take possession of what is already done. And really, that's what the Christian life is about. It's about a relationship with Jesus and taking possession of what he's already done. Turn to two people and tell them, it is finished. It is finished. So we've defined faith in Jesus, we've defined faith as a positive response to what's already made available. You came in here, you saw these seats, they were constructed a certain way, and you responded in a way that said, I have confidence in this seat's ability to support me, and you took a seat. I like that. Come on now, you took a seat. I want you to be able to say, I took healing. I took deliverance. I took promotion. You responded, right? You responded. Now, we've talked about the first two ways to respond, and actually we're stuck on the second one. First of all, is believing in the love that God has for you. If you don't believe God loves you, you won't believe what he says. If you don't believe God loves you, you won't believe what he promised. Number two, to make a decision to believe in the finished works of Jesus Christ. And we've been talking about that. The first part we talked about was that your forgiveness is already done. Secondly, your redemption is already done. Thirdly, judgment is already done. So you can check those off the list of things that you don't try to do because it's already done. So today we're going to talk about your healing is a done deal. Your healing is already done. So I'm going to lay a foundation for healing. Your healing is already done. Emotionally, brokenness, and in your physical body, your healing is already done. I'm pretty qualified to teach on this morning because I took healing for meningitis. I took healing for cancer. I'm here today, healthy and aging backwards. You listening to me? My wife has experienced some supernatural healing. And I'm telling you, I remember one time, I don't know how many years ago, we went to have some tumors moved. When the doctor opened me up, he was already gone. So, you know, we need to begin to teach on things like this in a practical way, just in case you need it one day. You can go pull it out your drawer when you need it, praise God. I would rather it be in your heart so you'll know how to do it. But you may know people that have no idea how to respond to the report of the doctor. They have no idea. Now, listen to this. I'm going to lay a foundation for this. The first thing, and I'm just going to hit it, right? I'm going to hit it because I got somewhere to be today. I'm going to hit it, all right? But I don't know why you want to go. I'm a fan, all right? You keep your comments to yourself. I'm a fan. So I don't even want to hear none of that. Don't want to hear from you. Don't want to see your little T-shirts. Wherever Rick is, I don't want to hear none about Dallas. It'll be all right. Weeping may endure for the night. And I don't know when the joy coming, but we'll just... So here is the first move. You go into a place, the doctor says you have cancer, you have this disease, you have that, or you're wounded emotionally, or you're going through some type of depression. The first move is towards the Word. The first place you go to the Word as the final authority. What you heard from the doctor is not the final authority. The final authority is what the Word says. You go to the Word. That's the first place. Please believe me, that's the first move. You go to the Word. The Word is your final authority. What do I mean go to the Word? Go to the Bible and you retrieve every scripture that talks about you being healed already. You go to the Bible. See, here, it's a real simple choice. The doctor doesn't have the cure for everything that comes up with you. But supernaturally, it's already done. So either trust what he says or trust what I say and trust what God's already done. I ain't gonna sit up here trying to beg you to get this. You're gonna need it one day. Somebody said, I don't believe in miracles anymore. You will when you need one. Go to the Word as your final authority. Until the will of God is known, faith won't work. You have to know that it's God's will, and you have to believe it and see it, that it is God's will for you to be healed. The will of God does not automatically come to pass. You know, it was God's will for all to be saved. But how you know that doesn't automatically come to pass. God's will is for everybody on the planet to be saved. But it doesn't come to pass automatically. What you have to make a decision. You have to make a decision to respond. For by grace are you saved, but you get it how? Through faith. So you have to make a decision to respond to the salvation that's been made available. Salvation has been made available for the whole world, but only those who respond take hold of it. Amen? And so the will of God doesn't automatically come to pass. In fact, look at Luke chapter 5 before I give you these 10 steps. Luke chapter 5, verses 12 through 13. The will of God doesn't automatically come to pass. Here's a situation here where this guy wanted to know if it was God's will to heal him. King James Version. And he wanted to know if God wanted to heal him. And he says, and it came to pass when he was in a certain city, behold, a man full of leprosy, who seeing Jesus, that's important. Let's see Jesus, amen. Who seeing Jesus fell on his face, besought him, saying, Lord, if thou wilt, thou can make me clean. So he knew God could make him clean and heal him, but he just didn't know if it was his will. He says, I know you can heal, and I know you can do great things, but I don't know if it's your will for you to do it for me. See, most of you believe that God's a miracle worker, and most of you believe that God's a healer. But sometimes the question is, will he heal me? And the answer to that question is what? Yes. Look what happened in the next verse here. In verse 13, and he put forth his hands and he touched him. He said, watch this, I will. Be thou clean. And what happened? Immediately the leprosy departed from him. The will of God is known, and your faith, you won't be able to respond positively until you know it's the will of God for you to be healed. Now, I know there are lots of us, all of us in here, and we've had somebody in our lives that died of sickness and disease, and we went through a lot of emotions, and sometimes there's the temptation to say, well, I just don't believe it because of the number of people that died of a different sickness or disease. I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I don't know, nor will I pretend to give you an explanation for that. But what I will tell you is Jesus is still healing today. Why? Wait a minute. Because he's already done it. That same temptation came over my head to say, well, you know what? There are lots of people who are dead from the cancer that I had. And I just, something on the inside of me, which is the Holy Spirit, saying, no, it's not God's will. And I'm not going to base what's going to happen to me based on what's happened to everybody else. I don't know why that happened, and I'm not going to try to get an answer to why that happened, but I am going to receive that it's God's will for me to be healed, and in the name of Jesus, I take it right now in Jesus' name. Hallelujah, glory be to God. I'm telling you, I'm glad to be alive today, praise God. That came across my mind. I'm like, dear God, that was, just thought about all those things, and I thought, well, I'm gonna share this, and I need to share this with my friends and partners and members here in this congregation to say, just because you're pronounced with something doesn't mean that you can't have victory over it if you realize that you already have victory over it. See, I think for the most part, people have always tried to get something instead of believing they already had it. All right, watch this. So a positive response to the finished work of healing is what we're dealing with. All right, so that was the primary, that was the foundation. The word is the final authority. I got to know the will of God for my life. Now, once you settle that, once the word is the first question. In fact, the word is the first move when anything happens. When crazy stuff happens, the word is the first move. What's God say about it? Baby need a pair of shoes. Look, you got a light bill due. You even got a gas bill too. The word of God's the first move. It's the first move. I go to the word. But what does the word have to say about it? What does the word have to say about it? As a Christian, you are basing everything you do in this life based on God's word. Amen? So now examine yourself. Are you responding to something without first of all finding out the will of God for your life? The will of God is the word of God. Amen? So what does the word have to say about this? What does the word have to say about this situation that just happened? This egregious, hurtful situation. What does the word have to say about it? What's the word have to say about job, promotion? What's the word have to say about all that stuff? What's the word about you got a gun, get ready to blow your husband's head out? What word have to say about that? What the word have to say about that? I don't care what the word got to say. See, you got to examine yourself to see if you are of the faith. Okay, number one. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 24. First step. All right, the report is there. You've gone, you find out it's the will of God, you turn. I don't know why that happened, and I'm not going to try to get an answer to why that happened, but I am going to receive that it's God's will for me to be healed, and in the name of Jesus, I take it right now in Jesus' name. Hallelujah, glory be to God. I'm telling you, I'm glad to be alive today, praise God. That came across my mind. I'm like, good God, that was, just thought about all those things, and I thought, well, I'm gonna share this, and I need to share this with my friends and partners and members here in this congregation to say, just because you've been out with something doesn't mean that you can't have victory over it if you realize that you already have victory over it. See, I think for the most part, people have always tried to get something instead of believing they already had it. All right, watch this. So a positive response to the finished work of healing is what we're dealing with. All right, so that was the primary, that was the foundation. The word is the final authority. I got to know the will of God for my life. Now, once you settle that, once the word is the first question. In fact, the word is the first move when anything happens. When crazy stuff happens, the word is the first move. What's God say about it? Baby need a pair of shoes. Look, you got a light bill due. You got a gas bill too. The word of God's the first move. It's the first move. I go to the word. But what's the word have to say about it? What's the word have to say about it? As a Christian, you are basing everything you do in this life based on God's word. Amen? So now examine yourself. Are you responding to something without first of all finding out the will of God for your life? The will of God is the word of God. Amen? So what's the word have to say about this? What does the word have to say about this situation that just happened? This egregious, hurtful situation. What's the word have to say about it? What's the word have to say about job, promotion? What's the word have to say about all that stuff? What word about you got a gun, get ready to blow your husband's head out? What word have to say about that? What the word have to say about that? I don't care what the word got to say. See, you got to examine yourself to see if you are of the faith. Okay, number one. 1 Peter chapter 2, verse 24. First step. All right, the report is there. You've gone, you find out it's the will of God. You've turned to the word first. So what do we do? 1 Peter chapter 2, 24. Here's the first thing you get. Number one, watch this. Who his own self bare our sins in his own body and on the tree, that we being dead to sins should live unto righteousness. Watch this. By whose stripes ye, come on, were what? Healed. So number one, you've got to realize that I am already healed because he said you were. Which means if you were healed, then you, excuse the English, if you were healed, then you is healed. I would tell you, turn the name and say, I is healed, but I don't know. You were healed, so you're healed. All right, so before anything is ever diagnosed over your body, say this out loud, I am healed. All right, now you maintain that stance. So if anything shows up, you don't change.
Grab your Pacific Foods. Whip up something delicious. Whatever you make it TGI Sunday.
At-home workouts did not work.
I want to fit in my old jeans.
I love data.
Because the first class is free. Every reason is the right reason to Orange Theory. Book your free class today.
Associated Credit Union, a different kind of bank, owned by you and working for you. ACU circles you with sensible and relatable products and services in order to help you achieve your goals.
You're no longer not healed just because the doctor saw something. You were healed, which means you are healed, which means you is healed, and you hold on to that, regardless of whether you have no symptoms or you get symptoms. It doesn't change that stance. Amen. Number 2. Hebrews chapter 4, verses 1 through 3. And this is number 2. Rest in the finished work of healing. So if you were healed, so now you got to figure out, now I'm going to rest in the finished work of healing. I'm not trying to get healed. I'm not trying to work for it. I'm going to rest in this. I'm going to find rest. It means that I'm strength. When situations happen, I've already decided to rest in this. Look what he says in these 3 scriptures here, verses 1 through 3. Let us therefore fear, lest a promise being left us, now that doesn't mean fright here, okay? He says, for promises being left us of entering into his rest, that any of you should seem to come short of it. Verse 2, he says, for unto us was the gospel preached as well as unto them. But the word preached did not profit them. Why? It wasn't mixed with faith in them that heard it. Verse 3, for we which have believed, all right, here's the authenticity of your faith. For he who has believed do enter into the rest. So when you say, I believe I'm healed, that means we should not see you in stress and worry. I believe I'm healed. We should see you at rest. People ought to be trying to send you to a therapist because they're like, how is it that you're responding like this when the doctor just told you you're going to be dead in 3 weeks? You say, no, I'm resting in what Jesus said 2,000 years ago, not what the doctor talked about going to happen in 3 weeks. I'm resting. And so what happens now? I find rest in what's already done. He says, as he said, as I have sworn in my wrath, if they shall enter into my rest, he said, although the works were finished from the foundations of the world. So I'm resting in what's finished. And what is finished? Healing is finished. So I'm going to find rest in that. Now, step 3. Here's the next step that's going to come on. So I decided, well, I'm going to go to the Word. I decided in the name of Jesus, I believe I were healed. I knew that now I had to move from stress to rest. I felt it in my whole body. Every cell felt like it felt it. When, you go in that room and you wonder why the doctor ain't called you back. You wonder why he want to see you in the office. And you finally get there and you hear him say, you do have cancer. It's very aggressive. And you have to make sure that you keep your emotions under, because your emotion wants to govern everything. And so if I can control my mouth, I can control my emotions. So I just kind of shut up. And he moved me into another room, and immediately let's find out what we're going to do. And I went in that room, and they started counseling what we're going to enter in from here, and we're going to shove this here and do that here and cut that out and do this and do that, and you're not going to be the same and all this. And I'm thinking, this sounds Frankenstein. All this cutting, And so I took off. I flew to New York and just walked around, went shopping. And then a friend of mine called me up. He had this little comedy show, and he said, we want you to be on this show. And I'm thinking, what do you want me to do on a show? And I'm like, I'm going to just deny it. Y'all don't know what I'm going through. And God said, do it. And it was a comedy show. And I said, all right, what's the part I'm going to play? He said, a funeral home director. I'm like, God, a funeral home director. Funeral home director named Mr. Watson. I'm like, either God has a sense of humor, this ain't funny. Went there and laughed all day long. And around midnight, I heard this word. He says, I told you laughter works like medicine. And had to keep my emotions in a place where they wouldn't rise up above. And so I knew I had to stay in rest. And so look at number 3 here. Is in verse 11, step number 3. So I knew that there was going to be a labor. Labor, number 3 is labor to rest. I was not going to labor to get healed, but I'm going to labor to rest in healing. Labor to rest in, by his stripes you were healed. What does that look like? Well, that's what he was trying to show me. Laughter works good like medicine. Speaking in agreement with what I'm already resting in. Praise and worship. The biggest thing was, go ahead and serve other people. Get your attention off yourself. Serve other people. So I never stood in this pulpit until it was over with and said anything. I didn't come in this pulpit and say, well, Sharon. Well, Sharon. We by that bed. Oh, Lord, Lord. Jesus, I got cancer. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. I ain't even wired like that. Just keep going. Just keep preaching. Keep smiling. Keep studying. Keep meditating the word. Keep praising the Lord. That's what labor looks like, to rest. I wasn't laboring to be healed. I'd already believed I'm healed. I'm laboring to stay at rest, to stay out of stress. So one of the things I would do is I would spend time in praise. I would spend time in worship. I didn't want to talk to nobody what was going on. I wanted to stay extremely word-based on what I believe was already done. I came to church. I enjoyed people. I enjoyed life. I was laboring to stay at rest. And then sometimes when I would lay down, the thought would try to come, and I'd have to get in and just start confessing what I believe. I was laboring to stay at rest, to lift my hands up. I was laboring to stay at rest, to hear my favorite praise song. I was laboring to stay at rest, to get around people who were joyful and make it. I was laboring to stay at rest. That's what he's talking about. Don't get in stress. Do what you got to do. You don't labor from work. You labor while you're in work. You don't labor from life. You labor while you're in life. I'm resting in life. I'm laboring to stay at rest. Not to get healed. I believe I'm healed. I'm laboring to stay at rest. Not to stay in stress. That's probably the biggest part of this thing. Because if you go to sitting around, feeling sorry for yourself, looking at movies of people dying of cancer, going to visit people at the graveyard, I see you soon. Nope. You are laboring to stay at rest. Turn to your neighbor and say, labor to stay at rest. Number 4, step 4, is found in 1 John 4:19. This was huge. Really done. I came to church. I enjoyed people. I enjoyed life. Labor to rest in healing. Labor to rest in, by his stripes you were healed. What does that look like? Well, that's what he's trying to show me. Laughter works good like medicine. Speaking in agreement with what I'm already resting in. Praise and worship. The biggest thing was, go ahead and serve other people. Get your attention off yourself. Serve other people. So I never stood in this pulpit until it was over with and said anything. I didn't come in this pulpit and say, well, Sharon. Well, Sharon. We by that bed. Oh, Lord, Lord. Jesus, I got cancer. I ain't doing that. I ain't doing that. I ain't even wired like that. Just keep going. Just keep preaching. Keep smiling. Keep studying. Keep meditating the word. Keep praising the Lord. That's what labor looks like, to rest. I wasn't laboring to be healed. I'd already believed I'm healed. I'm laboring to stay at rest, to stay out of stress. So one of the things I would do is I would spend time in praise. I would spend time in worship. I didn't want to talk to nobody what was going on. I wanted to stay extremely word based on what I believe was already done. I came to church. I enjoyed people. I enjoyed life. I was laboring to stay at rest. And then sometimes when I would lay down, the thought would try to come, and I'd have to get in and just start confessing what I believe. I was laboring to stay at rest, to lift my hands up. I was laboring to stay at rest, to hear my favorite praise song. I was laboring to stay at rest, to get around people who were joyful and make it. I was laboring to stay at rest. That's what he's talking about. Don't get in stress. Do what you got to do. You don't labor from work. You labor while you're in work. You don't labor from life. You labor while you're in life. I'm resting in life. I'm laboring to stay at rest. Not to get healed. I believe I'm healed. I'm laboring to stay at rest. Not to stay in stress. That's probably the biggest part of this thing. Because if you go to sitting around, feeling sorry for yourself, looking at movies of people dying of cancer, going to visit people at the graveyard, I see you soon. Nope. You're laboring to stay at rest. Turn to your neighbor and say, labor to stay at rest. Number 4, step 4, is found in 1 John 4:19. This was huge. Step 4, 4:19. 1 John 4:19. And here's step 4. Believe in God's love for you. Now, I can't tell you how often, sometimes when you will go and check the numbers that you didn't get as much results as you wanted. And so the most powerful thing that would dwell in my thinking was, I'm not going to die. God loves me. God loves me. I got too much to do. I'm not finished yet. I am too young to be dying. And this is not God's will for my life. And at the end of the day, God loves me. God loves me. And I so convinced myself to the point where I was thinking that God loved me like more than anybody. And that's what you need to do. You need to get to the point where you think that God don't love nobody more than he loves you. I am the only beloved of the Father. Look what he says in verse 19. We love him. Why? Because he first loved us. Say out loud, God loves me. And you remind yourself when you're thinking about all those horrible thoughts, God loves me. When you don't know where the money's going to come from to pay your bill, God loves me. When you have no idea how to recover from this crazy decision you made, God loves me. That's always big deal. Big deal. Number 5, communion. I took communion like the doctor prescribed it. In fact, I took the communion and I don't think I had any medication. I wouldn't take them. I don't think that I didn't have any medication I was taking all the time. I just didn't do it. I did something else. I'll show you the next part, which is wisdom. But I took communion like it was my medicine. And I'm going to tell you right now, communion is like medicine. Let me show you another promise of communion we don't look at much in St. John chapter 6, verse 48. St. John 6:48, I'll read probably down to about 58. Here's what the Bible says about the body and the blood of Jesus Christ. We got to change how we look at communion. It is a supernatural advantage that we have. And whether you use Kool-Aid or some days I didn't have nothing to drink, but I had water, and I said, this represents the blood of Jesus. And then I had a piece of light bread and a corner of a cookie or something, This is the body of Jesus. This is the blood of Jesus. All right. All right, so look what he says in verse 48. He says, I am that bread of life. Now watch this. Verse 49. Your fathers did eat manna in the wilderness, he says, and they are dead. verse. This is the bread which cometh down from heaven, that a man may eat thereof and not die.
Hello, Mr. Sullivan. Oh, just got an online offer from Carmex to sell this lawn fan. This is the greatest day of my life. Oh, the saddest day of my life.
We fight, you win. Major law.
Swelling means there's blood and fluid getting stuck, and when your lymphatic system is clogged up, that's when inflammation occurs. This can even cause lymphedema. Fortunately, these Japanese doctors found that seniors who applied this secret Japanese herb for a week had significantly lowered blood flow risks. The swelling in their foot stopped in a matter of days. Big pharma companies don't want you to know about it. That's when these Japanese doctors took action and developed a brilliant alternative. Their 2 years research uncovered that blocked lymph passages allow toxins to accumulate deep inside your body. They build up in our body over the years and cause harmful side effects if left untreated. If the lymph vessels are damaged or absent, lymphatic fluid can build up and lead to infection, slow wound healing, and even deformity. These scientists realized that soles of the feet had the highest concentration of sweat pores in the human body. After hundreds of tests, they perfected an ingenious formula that helps drain the excess fluid through the bottom of the feet without you even knowing it. They named it Noodle.
I am the living bread which came down from heaven. If any man eat of this bread, he shall live forever. And the bread that I will give is my flesh, which I will give for the life of the world. The Jews therefore strove among themselves, saying, how can this man give us his flesh to eat? They thought it was cannibalism. Look at this. Then Jesus said unto them, verily, verily, I say unto you, except you eat the flesh of the Son of Man and drink his blood, you have no life in you. Now, about this time, everybody that was following Jesus and thought he was a rock star thought, dude, they lost it. We got to go. And then he looked at some of the disciples. He said, y'all going to leave too? They said, Lord, where we going to go? Where you going? You have the words of life. Look at this. Whosoever eats my flesh and drinks my blood hath eternal life. Now he's referring to communion. Blood, that cup. Flesh, that bread. He has eternal life, and I will raise him up at the last day. 5. For my flesh is meat indeed, my blood is drink indeed. 6. He said, he that eateth my flesh and drinketh my blood dwelleth in me, and I in him. As the living Father hath sent me, and I live by the Father, so he that eateth me, even he shall live by me. This is that bread which came down from heaven, not as your fathers did eat manna and are dead. He that eateth of this bread shall live forever. That got it for me. It was like, this is the most powerful medicine a man can take if he'll know how to believe right. So taking communion became a part of the everyday process. When the doctor said, you're certainly going to die, that we ain't got no cure for this, I thought, I got some communion, buddy. You have no idea what I'm getting ready to take. And I'm telling you, I trust in Jesus. I take that bread, I take that cup, and it became a part of my healing. And then you're familiar with 1 Corinthians 11, verse 24 and 25. You do this remembering what he's already done. He's already healed you. So every time you take communion, you think, I'm already healed. And when he had given thanks, he broke it and said, take, eat. This is my body, which is broken for you. Do this in remembrance of me. Remember, my body was broken for you to be healed. 25. He said, after this, same manner also he took the cup. When he had supped, saying, this cup is the New Testament in my blood. This do you, as often as you drink it, in remembrance of me. So whatever it is, whether it's orange juice or crack or whatever it is, that's not the issue. The issue is you're taking this to symbolically represent and to remember what his body and his flesh and his blood has already accomplished. Somebody shout, I am healed. Step 7. Did I do 6? Okay, step 6. Now this is a big one. 2 Corinthians chapter 10 and 5. Now while all this is going on, don't think for a moment that the devil's just going to sit back and just let you do all this. All right, so step 6, take authority over your negative thoughts. You're going to have a bunch of them. Take authority over your negative thoughts. Take authority over your negative thoughts. So now we're talking about being a good maintenance man, because the most powerful weapon of your enemy is suggestion. He's already been stripped of authority. But what he wants to do is make a suggestion. Have God said it? He just want to plant a thought in your mind and to get you to somehow to submit to those thoughts. You do not have to submit to those negative thoughts. Now look what he says you can do. This is what you have the authority to do. And you're going to have to do this every time you think about dying. Every time you think about, well, you're not going to get your victory. Every time there's a thought, well, maybe I'm not healed. Or every time you start thinking about who's died of the same thing that you have died of. That's what he says, casting down imaginations. That's when you start seeing it. You see yourself in the casket. You see yourself. I could never see myself laying down in a casket. I just couldn't see that. One, I ain't want to. I just realized that they got a thing to crank them down. I just thought that was really close to the top. I didn't want to. But you know, I had the temptation. There are times where I saw myself coming up to a casket. And I thought, nah, that ain't right. I just thought that ain't supposed to be. That ain't right. Come to no casket. Because people don't remember. They remember you when you die. Maybe about a week or two. I got mad. I'm thinking like, what? I don't have to depend on them to exist. If they don't think about me, I don't exist. I don't have to get them. And I ain't going nowhere having to be dependent on them jokers before you can exist. I ain't doing it. I ain't gonna be around here until I'm.
I want to buy your house. I can pay you cash for your house.
You turn your problem into a petition. And you ask, you turn your problem into a petition. And you ask God, what do I do about this? And when he shows you, even if he only shows you a little bit, you do that and you leave the rest to the angels. Because they've got you. If it's not good, then he's not done. Let me break it all the way down. He hasn't missed it. Judge no thing before the appointed time. Why? Because all things work together. Did he say everything was good? Or did he say that when Ruth meets Boaz, when the thing, because this is what had to happen for Ruth, she goes back to Bethlehem. She's gleaning in a field. A man sees her named Boaz. This is not a singles conference. Do not get a Are You My Boaz t-shirt made after this message. That's honestly quite off-putting. It really is. It attracts the crazy guys, all right? Don't wear that shirt.
do it. I'm telling you, don't do it. It's a bad idea. But he sees her while she's gleaning. Now, you had to leave a certain portion of your field by biblical law for the foreigners and for the orphans, of which Ruth was both. And because she made a commitment to Naomi, she met a man named Boaz. It's called a kinsman redeemer. A kinsman redeemer. Which ultimately, of course, points to Jesus. But in this situation, it is a real legal obligation because he is a relative of Naomi, which makes him, here's a word we don't hear much today in today's society, responsible. Responsible to redeem this widow named Naomi, who is his relative. And along with her comes Ruth. And that is what helped me to understand why they say, may the Lord make her like Rachel and Leah. Because that goes all the way back to Jacob. Remember the covenant God made with Abraham? Noah, Abraham, Moses, David, you. You're in good company. You got a better covenant. Because all theirs had conditions to it. All you got to do is believe and receive. And then obey to be blessed. But you don't have to obey to be his child. Amazing. I mean, you think Boaz is something? You have any idea what kind of acceptance and resource you have in Christ? So now we use it as a picture, right? Why they said they give a blessing. And this is obviously something that they've said in this situation before. As Boaz goes to redeem, take Ruth as his wife, take Naomi in to purchase a little Lex land, to care for the family so that his name will not be blotted out. All this stuff that I really don't have time to break down for you. Maybe it'll whet your appetite to read it this week. That'd be awesome. All that stuff leads up to this moment where they say, may the Lord make this woman like Leah and Rachel. Now, Leah and Rachel are not exactly teammates, even though they're sisters. Because right here it makes it sound like they just agreed. Put the verse back up, because this was really the verse that drew me to the message. Can I go a little bit longer today? I really want to, but I promise you, I can dismiss you right now, and we already heard a word from God. But I would like to give you this before we leave. Okay. All right. May the Lord make you like Rachel and Leah, Ruth. Now, the reason that was strange to me was one, when Jacob was running, talk about mixed blessings. He tricked his father into blessing him, but then he had to run from his brother. Is it really a blessing if you have to run from it? Talk about mixed blessings. God called him Israel, which means prince or prevalent of God. But his name was Jacob, which meant deceiver. Don't we all know what that feels like to wrestle with both sides of ourselves? Like he came out of the womb wrestling. Then when he gets to his uncle Laban's house, he wants to marry this daughter named Rachel. And Rachel, this is not in the Hebrew, but she's hot. And then her sister Leah is not hot. And the Bible says that Laban tricked Jacob, because it all catches up with you eventually. The way you get blessed is the way you have to stay blessed. So if you get stuff by manipulating, don't be surprised when you're stressed out about keeping it. But if you get it from God, it'll be a whole different thing. Yet, these are the two names that were mentioned in the blessing. So watch what Laban did. He said, okay, work for me 7 years, I'll give you Rachel. Jacob worked 7 years. On his wedding night, he wakes up the next morning, and the Bible says something so crazy. There was Leah. Oh, Lord. Just for a side Bible study, did you ever think it was Rachel, but it turned out Leah? I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about opportunities. Did you ever wake up next to Leah? Went to bed with Rachel? You thought that was such a good idea, such a good investment? We've all had those moments. We have all had those moments. said, oh, no, 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 no. The way it works here at our custom, if you want Rachel, you've got to first marry her older sister, Leah. So if you give me 7 more years, you can have Rachel, but you still got to keep Leah. And Jacob is like, oh, God. And that's how I know that Rachel was indeed attractive, because he did another 7 years for her. So she is not average. By my reasoned deductions or whatever like that, but she was beautiful. But watch this. She was barren. She couldn't have kids. Leah, on the other hand, Leah, the one that the Bible said had weak eyes. I don't even know what that means, y'all, but that doesn't sound good. The picture that comes in my mind is not attractive, but she wasn't attractive. Watch this. She was productive. She started having babies so quick. Boom, Reuben. Boom, Simeon. Boom, Levi. Boom, Judah. It's 4-0. Rachel is not even on the board. And Rachel's like, I gotta do something about this. I heard what my grandma did. Jacob, you need to sleep with my maidservant, Bilhah. So she gives Bilhah to Jacob to sing. Jacob's like, okay. And so they got 2 more babies by the servant. Now Leah all of a sudden hits a period she can't produce. Here's her servant Zilpah. Now we're up to 8 kids. Here comes a daughter. Here comes Issachar. Baby after baby after baby. And finally Rachel has Joseph, and while she's dying, she has Benjamin. Why, Stephen Furtick, did you slow down to tell us all of that? Because it helped me to understand that, number one, every Rachel comes with a Leah. Take it out of the realm of people for a moment. Rachel was what Jacob loved and what he wanted. What do you want? What do you love? Everything you love is going to come with something that you don't. Let that sink in. You got it? Everything you love. God, I want success. Cool. It comes with stress, sleeplessness, and sacrifice. And just the other day, my family rekindled the campaign for a dog. I thought we were through it. I thought I stood my ground. Y'all think I'm lying? The pressure they're putting on me about this dog, it's been years. How many of y'all have been in Elevation long enough? You've watched this whole thing go down. Grand made a song about, look, I brought something. On my garage, on my way out of the garage, I don't even know why I left this up. Grand made this sign years ago. So every time I leave my garage, I got to look at this sign that says, I want a... I've been looking at that on my door for years now. And standing strong, too. I even remember this. At the same time, Abby made one, too. You can't really see it. That ain't even spelled right, and it's heartbreaking. I wish you could see it. Can y'all make it where you can see it? No? Huh? It says IWAGODDOG. She wants God, she wants a dog, she wants everything. And what happened? What happened? Now watch this. I promise you I've got to point to this because they caught me the other night. Elijah was out, and I was all alone. And it was 3-on-1. And they took the opportunity. Graham said, I'm a good kid. I'm a good kid. I've never wanted anything but a dog. They took it here. If I die, you would spend the rest of your life thinking, why didn't I get the boy a dog? I said, I know you want a dog. You don't want what comes with it. said, but Dad, but Dad, but Dad, you love us. You love us. I know you give it to us because you love us. You give us everything that we need. I looked at Holly. I looked at Holly. I gave her a look too. Didn't I? I gave her a look. She said, "What is that look?" I said, "This is the look of me imagining the reality." Because they don't. Graham said, "It's different." I said, "You can't even clean your room, Graham." He's like, "That's different. My socks are not living things." Which, if you check the fungal composition on those socks, you might be wrong about that. But he said the dog is a living thing, and there's no way I would let a living thing suffer. You know, I'll take care of a living thing. Dad, I'm a good kid. And I said, but what about what comes out of the living thing? This is the point. Do you want what comes with it? Yeah, know what comes with it. This is a good question to ask. If you knew Leah came with it, would you still want Rachel? If you knew that the bitterness came with Naomi, would you still want to be a part of the Little X family? Would you still want it if you knew what came with it? So guess what? Nobody knows this, but I'm getting y'all a dog. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I know you're suspicious. Hey. This is not a trick. This is not a game because they've been here many times before. I'll say, I'm gonna get your dog, and they'll say, really? And I'll say, yeah, you want mustard, relish, ketchup, jokes. I'm gonna get the dog because of something that he said that changed how I felt. He said, all right, I'm willing to say it'll be my job. So now, you get a dog, you get a dog, and you get a dog. But it's not my dog, and it's not your dog. It's their dog. It's their stuff. It's your... Everybody stretch your hand toward my family and say it's y'all's dog. Toward these three right here. Shadrach, Meshach, Abednego. It's y'all's dog. Sit down. But now we're going to find out, saints of God. Do they want what comes with it? Because I will give it away a week from when we get it if they don't. I'm not cleaning out nothing. Because we are about to find out. Remember, Boaz redeemed this family after another close relative had the opportunity to, but the other relative didn't want it because it came with a Moabite. Boaz said, not only do I want the land, I'll take what comes with it. And I gotta show you this, it's beautiful. That while Leah and Rachel were having all those babies, really to compete with each other, from their perspective, they were trying to get Jacob to love them. But from God's perspective, it was all coming together to make a nation. So I need you to know, the dog comes with walking. The patience comes with pain. They will come together. It'll be a mixed blessing. It'll be Leah and Rachel. It will be Naomi and Boaz. It will be both. Because I'm telling you this in case you are holding a blessing, but you don't recognize it. That baby's name was Obed. His son's name was Jesse. His son's name was David. David was the king through which came forth somebody that we're awfully fond of, named Jesus. generations, after 10 years in Moab, from a man named Perez, came from a man named Judah. And who was the mom of Judah? Leah, the one Jacob didn't You have no idea what you're holding. And if you taste it in isolation, if you taste it in isolation, you might just be God. Let God mix it. Let God mix it. You don't know who you're going to meet next year. You don't know what you're going to learn. You don't know what God might be protecting you from by getting you out of there. Get out of the kitchen. You're a terrible cook. Get out of the kitchen. That grease is there for a reason. Get out of the kitchen. Leah is the one who gave Jacob faith that produced Eve, that produced our Savior. So, I want you to say this in your heart. God, I may say it out loud, but say it out the opposite way. Say this out loud. God, I want your will, and I want what comes with it. So I'm going to tell you what, when you go through a trial, you'll get grace with it. God will give you the grace to stand up under. How many of you went through something so dark you couldn't even explain how you got through it? But there was a grace. There was a grace, wasn't there? If somebody would have told you you could live through that, you'd say, call me bitter. I can't make it. It's over. You would have said that. But watch this. When she was holding the baby, it wasn't Mara holding the baby. That's the name she gave herself. It said Naomi. God still knew her name. You need a space in your life for this season that you're in, for these challenges that you're facing that you've never faced before, for these Sennacheribs that are going on inside of your psychological state, because I think this is a mental battle more than it's anything. You need a space to be able to spread it out before the Lord. And often we don't, because when anxiety comes on us, it has a way of pushing us back down. So we can't even sit with anything very long without sinking into it. To spread out something before the Lord means that you can sit with Him in an uncomfortable feeling. That you can sit with Him even as the temptation is coming like a wave. That you can sit with Him, and some of us have been convinced by the enemy that you can't sit with what you feel. So anytime you feel something uncomfortable, you just run from that. You just strip some more gold off the temple and say, here's Sennacherib. I don't like this feeling of being attacked, so I'll just do it the enemy's way. That's what a lot of addiction is, whether that addiction is to thinking, pills, food, you name it. Get on. You have bought a lie that this is bigger than you. Well, it might be, but guess what? I'm not it. You know where I'm going? How big is this problem? How big is this enemy? How big? You're like, it's really big, preacher. Like really, really big. What kind of dog is Yo-Yo? Chihuahua was a Yo-Yo. And Coco, I'm gonna work this out, y'all, in a minute. A Morkie. What's a Morkie? All right. Coco is really little. Bo is big when he's with Coco. Bo met Coco. Bo was a bully because he was big. Then Bo met Toby, their dog. Toby is a golden doodle, bigger than a Boston Terrier. Y'all got the picture? Bo, Coco, Toby. Bo was a bully with Coco because Bo was big with Coco. Bo with Toby was not a bully. Bo was a sweetheart. I don't want to get canceled. I'm only 43. Bo was really nice. Bo was on his best behavior with Toby because watch this. How big it is relative to what is looked at. So when the devil is picking on you, that's a sign you haven't reminded him lately what he's really up against. He's telling you there's no way out of this one. That's because you didn't take into accountability this way. Who opened up an ocean to get his people through? Who decided you were going down? He didn't show him the God of David lately. Who you take a rock and a lightning and knock down a whole army. And he's telling you, you're not gonna make it. You haven't reminded him lately because he is trying so very hard. The Waymaker is in the house, y'all. The odds maker is in the house. You might be down by 185,000 soldiers, but God said, I'll cover. Watch out if you want to be home in time for dinner, because I will preach this thing to that Boston Terrier that's been nipping at your life, been nipping at your future, been nipping at your sanity, been nipping at your sobriety. I will drive back every cell with the mission of unlimited. You have no idea who you're up against, devil. And it's not me. I'm a multitude. What'd you say it was? A Morkie. Oh, I'm a Morkie. But have you met my master? Let's get ready to tell Sennacherib that the angel is coming. The angel of God is coming. The angel of God over your family. The angel of God over your finances. The angel of God over your physical diagnosis. The angel.
It's not a thing, Lord.
So much I want to say to you.
River.
Now, help me do this. I want to do this for the rest of your life. You listen to me good and you listen to me. You listen to me not. You listen to this. You give God the problem. Make sure you also give the problem. God. Because I think that's what it is, right? You've been spreading it out before everything and everybody but God. And watch what Hezekiah did. He spread it out before the Lord. Now remember, it's not just what he did, he spread it out. Because this is going to be some of y'all, right? You're going to take this message, you are going to pull out that overdrawn bank account balance on your app and say, "Dear God, I did what he said. And here's my scroll, God. I am scrolling to this balance on my bank account, and I'm bringing it to you. Here, God." And the angel won't come. Here's what he did that I thought was so significant. When he spread it out before the Lord, verse 15, please. He prayed. He prayed. Lord, the God of Israel, in between the cherubim. What's that about? If you remember, in the temple was something called the Ark of the Covenant, which was overlaid acacia wood and gold on the top. On the top where the gold was 2.5 cubits, there were 2 angels, one on one side, one on the other. Those angels had wings that were spread up. And those wings touched in the middle. Exodus chapter 37 gives the details. When Hezekiah was spreading out his problem before God, he was looking to the Ark of the Covenant, where those angels had spread their wings over him. Where those angels' wings on the cover, the golden cover of the wooden box that houses and bottom presence of Almighty God. Those wings were touching to remind Hezekiah that while you're giving me your problem and reminding me of what you need, make sure you remind your problem of who I am. So, which spread am I preaching about today? The problem that you could spread out before God, or the promise that he has spread over you? And which one will you focus on in this moment of your life? When Hezekiah read the letter, he read it once, he confronted the issue, he spread it, read it, he spread it. As he did, look at the church. God was already spread over him. And you don't see that when you're just right here. You know, they tell us all of this horrible stuff about what's going to happen to our kids these days and how there's no more hope for this generation in the world. To hell with that. I want to see that. I'm going to say my kids are going to have bumps and bruises, yours will too, and none of us can foresee any of that. But when I see you, yeah, the odds are against us, but God said, if you see me, I'll cover the spread. I see this, all your problems and all your races, but if you be grateful for me, I'll cover the spread. I see the distance. between. But if you'll let my grace in, I send my son for you and I'll cover the flame. Is it just like God to give us a term?